Elon Musk is an example. They're very skilled at what they're skilled at. However, that doesn't make them trustworthy.
But what if...
Lots of very skilled people, the world is full of them. And it's the reason why guilds were created in the first place, because there were very, very skilled artisans that just figured out they could just rip people. Like, I don't have to actually use my skills. I can just rip people off and make a ton of money, and I don't even have to work hard. So, that's the real issue. That's the problem that we're proposing to ultimately solve with the trust network. Is that in order to get in, you're going to have to meet these standards. And it has to be hard standards. And one of the things that we're going to discover through heuristics, of course, I'm not talking about the outlier. I'm talking about by and large. You cannot train people to become trustworthy once they have already learned to be untrustworthy. And I think that the example of Zacchaeus, the tax collector, is a really great example of this. Because, basically Jesus is saying, hey, you can be forgiven, you can have redemption, even if it's unlikely that you can change your bad behavior.
Okay, so what did Jesus do in that situation? You're saying that he allowed that guy... Huh?
He said, hey, there's grace and amnesty for you, especially if you change the same thing. Hey, go and sin no more.
Okay, so that's right. How do you teach people not to sin is really how you build a lot of trust. What if sinning comes from fragmented consciousness and not parsing reality enough in God's goodness so that you feel like you have to defend yourself? Well, hold on. No, hold on. I know. I hear you. This is where we under.
It's going to take them a few years to even start having awareness.
Maybe I agree with you. Under normal conditions, I agree with everything you're saying But what if? I'm just going to paint out a what if situation. What if the fear of AI and existential dread will cause a bonding together moment that is not normally possible, like how JFK launched the moon program? He used the fear of China to cause cohesion even amongst opposites, because being together with your enemy domestically is not as bad as being dominated by your total enemy externally, right? So that's just a classic dialect.
We come back to ground zero. Okay, the worldwide party is coming to us.
Okay, well, at this point, though, we have to tell people, and if they don't trust us or don't trust the message or don't feel heard, they're not going to listen. So if we prevent people from saying what their affiliations are, they're going to feel oppressed. They're like, well, we're part of this thing that we can't.
You don't prevent them. You just don't make it like that. You don't make that part of identifying, because then they'll identify with that.
Well, that's exactly. So what if we have a word game, where you can say what you are, but it challenges the fixity, right?
Oh, you want to do the cube game?
I think, did you tell me what's the cube game already? What's the cube game? I think you told it.
Where are we talking about?
I know, I'm pretty sure we did, but a lot has happened.
Okay. So it's thousands of years old, and you can Google it, look it up. There's a book. Somebody made a book about it. It works by using words and association. So, like, I'm gonna give you, a dreamscape, and so you want to populate that dreamscape with the setting. And so, don't tell me until the end. And then I'm going to give you 5 things, and then you're going to put 5 things in that scape, and then at the end you read it all back to me, like a story that plays out in your little dreamscape. And it's like a get to know you game, and it's very neutral. There's no political affiliation or anything like that. Because it's about the true self of what people desire. It's very easy to vet people with this game because when you can immediately tell when people are lying. And when they're lying, it means that they're not fit for. You can't. What is it? The old saying: you can't argue with a stupid person; they will beat you with it.
Well, I don't like to tell
They
anybody.
will beat you with experience.
Yeah, I don't. I think though we have a way around this that's unique though. I think the fear of AI. I think people are starting to realize that even the commoner people, quote unquote, the middle class, are starting to wake up to this because they're losing their stability, because they're losing their jobs, they're losing their identity, right? So now they're starting to pay attention, and they're more open than ever to new messaging. I think that if we play a special game called Chizzy, we can maybe thread these elements. We don't want to be subversive. We want to tell people the information you're giving is very powerful. It's very revealing. So if you want to trust us, we want you to know that you're part of a process that's authenticating you. So instead of doing that cube game secretly, we want to make these games explicitly because it builds trust. and they can moderate how much they want to tell us. But I've simplified it even more in the.
We just have to tell them that we're working on a social media platform that's not run by billionaires. I think that's good enough.
Yeah, but soon that's the thing is, pretty soon we will become the opposite. We will become the billionaires. If people trust in us, that's how people become billionaires, is they start investing in the same initiative. So we will end up becoming the thing we hate if we take that initiative, that approach. We're going to say, yep, we're all going to become billionaires in the end. So we got to learn to love thy enemy in this special, wise love, not blind love. And here's how we started. We say everybody kind of comes into a room and they say this cheesy primer. They say which tribe that they're in, and they say where do they put pure being and where do they put pure God. And just by where they position those words in these tribes reveals their universal frame. If your frame is not the same, you're going to conflict somewhere that's going to explode in a fragmentation. Whether it's communism, capitalism, whether it's male, female, LGBT, whether it's religion or science, whatever the 200 contradictions are that's going to cause you to explode and leave the group and reduce the critical mass potential can be predicted.
You have to understand that guilt and shame are very crafty. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying it's going to take 12 years total for these people to recover. It's because it's in the shadow, and you know they don't even have awareness yet. You see what I mean? It's like expecting that from them is like going from the platinum table to the stone or wooden table. You're not going to have a very productive conversation. I'm telling you, I'm dealing with it on a regular basis. You know.
But Jesus had the golden table, right?
There's a woman that comes to my door. Okay, her name's Jennifer. She's a prostitute. Okay, she actively does it. Why is she doing it? Well, she's doing it because she needs drugs, and she needs the drugs because she's running from pain, and she's running from pain so terrifyingly that she's killing herself in the process, and she doesn't even know what she's running from anymore. And you know, it's taken me months to get her to trust me enough to let her come in and get a shower and get something to eat from the kitchen on her own, right, without feeling guilt. It's taken a long. These are beat dogs, Mark. The world is full of beat dogs. They're not easy converts. They're wild animals. They're feral. They will bite your hand off because their leg is caught in a trap. You have to understand the nature of fear. I've seen it personally. I'm experiencing it. I've been to war. I'm telling you, and I'm warning all your people ahead of time. It's just like the training that we got, you know, with the drowning person, right? They drowned us. Why did they do that? Because a real person in a real scenario will drown you when they are terrified for 2 extra seconds of air before they then drown themselves. 100% of the time. So this is very dangerous what we're doing, and it should not be understated. And the reasons why is because it's really not as easy as you make it sound. I'm not trying to come against you, brother, but I need you to understand, okay? I want you to succeed. I want all of us to succeed. But that means we have to be very real, very truthful about the nature of what we're about to endeavor.
And we call that wise love. So we operate by wise love, not blind love, right? But here's the rub, right? Here's the real trick to the process, because I agree with you. I've seen it. I've studied it. The fight or flight response, it drains the prefrontal cortex. That limbic brain takes over, and then you stop thinking rationally. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Fast forward button. They're pressing the fast forward button. Yeah.
So how you do that, though, is you create concretely safe spaces where at first they're going to see their trauma no matter what we do, right? That's why we have all these roles to keep the energies balanced. So if they do go nuclear, the meeting structure changes. It changes from the universal to the individual, and the whole meeting is about holding that person. But once that person is held, the meeting goes back to the universal or particular. The meetings are ever living. They're dynamic and they're alive. And that's what we're building, is that anybody who comes in, it becomes a safe space for them. Not in an abstract way, like what we call political correctness in the dead way. You're allowed to make jokes and all this type of stuff because we built the space for dialectics. Benign violation. Contradictions are actually coherent if you look at them the right way. So here's how we're going to solve this fight or flight, feral, limbic response of trauma that this toxic culture has embedded into the DNA of like millions of people. When they come in here, we'll have different levels of trauma, right? Some people are already very functional, and we have them sort of coming on board through the True Lancer program and to the people that are in this group. Remember, we're only saying everybody gets 6 to 9 people, or else you can't take care of people. There's too much information. So if we get people into this game and we do what you're doing, like calm them, like do all the self-soothing, then what will end up happening is there are words in their mind that are fragmented. And there's trigger words, right? And those words are in contradiction with other words. When we ask them to place them in this special game, once they're calmed down, it should cause them to restructure the way they frame reality into the way that God does it, based off of the truth. And that sense making will reduce the cognitive dissonance and recontextualize their trauma in a way where they can have an internal locus of control. But more than that, there's one more thing that I want to tell you though. There's one more thing. Okay, this. The power of the flock strategy of that MLM, right, is that eventually we won't have to be taking the cold approach. You can't change people in a short period of time if they don't know you. So the big limit here for healing is about familiarity. So imagine if there's a Columbia Coke dealer guy that's cut off the faces of his enemies, like he's really in the gang life. He's not going to listen or change for anybody. The world is evil. There's no God. Screw them. Drugs and money, sex and women, power and control. That's all that matters. And he won't change that for anybody because he's been hurt too bad. Except for probably one or two people. Usually in those settings, you have at least one or two people that are closer than others that you will listen to, because you'll go crazy if you're totally alone. Right? You'll do a Howard Hughes. You start to go crazy. So usually you'll have a right-hand man or somebody that you will listen to or confide in, even if not fully. Eventually, imagine there's like this Columbia drug lord and there's like his right-hand man, right? We build the flocks out to like 6 degrees of separation, and somebody's flock, that's their like their I don't know, their dad's uncle's best friend's son, okay? The father in that chain, right? The father will go to that guy and have that real powerful bond and say, hey, son, if he still respects his dad, and say, son, I got to tell you about this thing. There is this like sort of godly move. The father will know how to translate the message to his son way better than we could, and has all the personal stories, thousands and thousands of hours of marketing for that person to customize the message to them.
We've talked about this before. You know, even I realized it in the 9th grade. If you said the right words in the right order in the right way to somebody, it will completely transform their life.
Exactly, and that's what would happen is that we won't have to change the Colombian drug lord guy. His right hand man will do it in a way that would be impossible for us. That's how you compress time for healing. And because if we do a good enough job with training God's word, then they'll be able to teach at least the basic version and prove God to them, or prove science, whatever mode they need to hear it in. That person is the best person to do the job. And that's how we're going to do impossible levels of healing in miraculous time, through the flock strategy and this word game that is like that compressed cube game. And we've proven God. We've proven it in the proof of truth. And we can put it into an AI. And we can put it into a drug lord too. And it will be profound. It'll be like a DMT trip, except with words. Right? And that's the only way to do it. If you try to do it through cold calling or whatever.
So basically our organization wants to replace prison.
Well, there'll still be impulse control, right? We're not fools.
Let's be real about it. Let's be real about what we're proposing here. We're proposing super jail.
We're proposing super rehabilitation. Yeah, there's going to be a better rehabilitation program. We're not full. If you're a serial killer and you're out of control of yourself, right, then you need to be, your options need to be constrained until you're willing to do the real work, right? But it's not the same kind of...
I'm here to tell you, I've been to jail, and I've actually listened to some of these animals in their cages, and, you know, I'm telling you, man, if you really believe in this, you got your work cut out for you. Just let you know.
Yeah, it's tough. We're not being naive, right? People who are completely out of control of their minds, they are out of control. But you always have to believe in the spirit in them, because everybody is in the image of God if they have consciousness. Everybody. And that's why Jesus said, love thy enemies.
At some point, Mark, they become like Pharaoh. You know, it even says in the good book, in Revelation, that they will harden their hearts. And God will even harden their hearts. You know, in the same way that God put his hand and closed the door of the ark. Because they can't come with us, man. We can't save everybody. As much as I would love to idealize it, I'm all for saving everybody that can be, But like, I'm just trying to be a realist here.
That's right. Well, some people have the lack of mirror neurons. Some people, like those serial killers, had tumors in the brain. If it's a biological problem, we can solve that too with their sort of consent. Because in some ways, I've taken the vow of unabandonment for them too. But it's about boundary setting. And prison is a version of boundary setting, right? But if people do the real work, which is not just throwing a Bible at them and doing a normal Bible study, which isn't enough for those people, they have to have a profound shift, like an ego death. And that comes from clearing the mind in this special way. If they don't want to clear their mind, it's like, okay, we're not fools. We're not going to let a serial killer back on the street who's out of control. This is about wise love, not blind love. But we don't ever want to treat somebody as completely uncurable or unhealable, because then we are, in some sense, we're generating that hellhole, that hell reality. We always have to look for the goodness in them. Yeah, exactly. We don't want to, we want to be like Jesus.
Also,
right?
remember, it is unethical and immoral to help someone that has not specifically asked you for help.
Well, there's a fine line there, but
Just like I said, force somebody to do something that they think that they don't want to do.
well, a lot of them don't have.
From doing something that they think that they want to do.
Well, not necessarily, but
They
good.
feel it. So if they feel that they want to do it, you know what I mean? You can't. There's no way you can stop them. That's where it gets difficult.
Yeah, okay, it's tricky.
They're with their free will, and then now you have now inherited some of their karma that they earned. So that's the future of the organization. Is essentially, we're karma brokers in a very real way.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Jesus took on the pain in the world, right? That's what we're doing too, right?
Oh, amen. Yeah, we're called to be like Jesus. Amen. Yeah. There's certainly a sagacious way to go about doing it.
And it's the power of the word, right? This word game really is, I think, quite powerful, and that's why I want you to master it and be one of the trainers of it and help improve it if you believe in it. If you don't think it's going to work, then we can try, plot in all directions. We can try other approaches. But so far, it's been having some pretty profound effects. Like, let me give you an example. We had a Christian and a Muslim in here, and we were playing the game. And we placed these words, right? Pure being and pure God. Those are the first two words. We get them to place. And then after that, we get them to place consciousness. And then, eventually we reconstruct the meanings of the entire dictionary. But in the way that God orders it, and not in the dead way that we order it. So this Muslim comes in, and he's very, very devout. And we say he chooses the wrong tribe. He doesn't choose the true God tribe, or the true Allah tribe, and the true Christian tribe, and the true tribe. So I said to him, we were going back and forth for probably 2 months, and then one day I thought to myself, I said, hey, hold on a second. I said, Usman, does God have a mind? And he said, yeah. Allah has a mind. And I said, doesn't that mean Allah has logic then? And has to use logic before it creates the world and creates spirit and creates anything that can be known. It has to be structured, which is a logic. And if all things true come from God's mind, then it's God's logic that things are coming from. And it clicked. One sentence, he's like, huh. He says, you're totally right. That makes so much more sense. And he switched his tribe in literally 30 seconds, what took us 2 months to try and describe. Those quick wins, those hyper time compressed bits of wordage is what can unlock the fragmentation between communists, capitalists, socialists, male, female, LGBTQ, art, religion, philosophy, science. Things that are in hard contradictions are actually moments of each other if you know how to use the power of the word, which is what Jesus was doing. So we found a way to start teaching this in a very simple way that anybody can start. And at first they're going to be like, well, this seems kind of pointless unless they choose words that mean something to them. So once we get them to place those two words, we can give them the chance to choose consciousness or choose a word that they care about. Like maybe it's Jesus, maybe it's Prophet Muhammad, maybe it's their cat, maybe whatever they want to understand the truth of, they can choose what word they want to play next in the game. But if it goes nuclear, if one of these words is a trigger word, right, it holds a lot of energy that's unsublated, unfragmented, and we hit upon that and they start crying or they start getting angry, they start screaming, they start going feral. The rest of the team, all these 4 flow roles are designed to harness that energy back into healing. So we do not fall into it. We do not become it. We do not resist it. We flow with it into self-realization at a higher level. And we do it through words. It's what church was supposed to be. It's what the mosque was supposed to be. The synagogue was supposed to be about divine knowledge. Not just faith, but certainty and absolute meanings of how God structures the world. So we've solved these nuclear words. And if you started teaching it too, and we started building our flocks out, the right people will teach other people who are unreachable to me and you, right? We don't know them enough. We don't have the 10,000 hours of stories and all that. We don't know that. But if we teach this word of God game to them in a hyper sort of controlled setting of these flow rules that are comprehensive and flexible and growing and alive, right? So it doesn't feel like control. It feels like protection. Then I think we can create a miracle here. That is impossible under any other circumstances, like you just said. The limbic animal brain, the time it takes to get fight or flight or trauma to reduce, trust building, all those things take time unless we do it this way.
Monster wants to stay a monster.
If they're stuck in negation, yeah, that's the trap, that's the fixity. But that's just dialectic.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm dealing with this too. They're looking for the well. There's a program they have out there in Floyd, Virginia, and it's a wellness-based addiction recovery program. And when you should see their faces light up authentically, it's the real deal. When they're like, wait, there's something that's not rehab. They're looking for a way out. So if you can provide with any kind of certainty that there is a way out, all the fiery darts of the devil are going to start coming your way, because that means that it's not long. The world is not long for the wicked in this world.
Wow, really? Yes, we can provide that now.
Now that there's a way out. Now that there's a way out of the wickedness, the wicked will be exposed simply by prophecy.
Interesting. You're exactly right. That's exactly what we're providing here with this God word game, and also the proof of truth. The proof of truth is the actual absolute way out. It's actually a way to stop original sin and get back into original blessedness. It's purification. It's kenosis. You know how Jesus got into oneness with God, right? He says it in the Bible. Do you know what I'm talking about? Huh? Well, John the Baptist recognized. He was the first to recognize it and make it actual in the world. But no, how did Jesus do it before John the Baptist? Because Jesus was already it. John the Baptist just realized it. Like verbalized it. But Jesus was already in the essence before John officiated it. So Jesus says how he did it. Or there's a passage in the Bible of how he did it. You probably already know it, but it's not under this context. It's kenosis. Right? Do you know that passage in the Bible? Kenosis?
No.
Let's see if I can pull it up here quickly. What passage? This is why AI is really good now. Okay. We can teach this kenosis now. The proof of truth is this. But you got to do it in this. Okay, it's Philippians 2 6-8 verse 6-8, and it says, it describes Jesus through divine emptying himself by taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men. This emptying is what kenosis is. So we've done that in scientific form now, and it's a version of ego death, right? Because when you become a servant, you are separate from God, but at the same time, there's a direct oneness because you're not obstructing yourself anymore. So when you're that connected directly, that's Protestantism. Protestantism's trying to get to that directness, but we've also done it in the universality of Catholicism. So we're bringing back the Christians, the Catholics and the Protestants are coming back together with the proof of truth through this emptying that gets you down to the first perfect God thought in perfect context. And the first perfect God thought grasped in human consciousness is what spirit is. That's what raises your ordinary human thoughts, sinful thoughts, fragmented thoughts, into the first super coherent, perfect thought of God, which is then God on earth, which is spirit through you. So the proof of truth is just that first thought. And then you build, like that's the seed, then you build on that with this chizzy game. This word of God game. And you start the game, I think with those two words, pure being and pure God, are like the first, it tells us where their frame is and their tribe. But then after that, it has to be very customized to whatever their contingent knowledge is in what they think is the truth. So they place their most meaningful words of trust in the game. Like for some, they don't, like a Christian's not going to care about Buddha. They're not, why are we placing Buddha? I don't care about Buddha. But they want to place Jesus. So you let them start with Jesus instead of whatever their contingent consciousness puts the truth in before they get to the proof of truth is what we start the game off with. So it's immediately meaningful to them. And they're not going to understand how it's going to change their minds. And we're going to tell them it's very powerful. But I think as long... Yeah, exactly. So this is how I think we can reach people quickly. And if we use, like even just with Marlena, you, me, like we have a good probably 5-6 people in this kind of core that are warming up to really committing to take this leap together because we have no other choice. Plus the freelancers, right? The freelancers are fairly inexpensive compared to hiring somebody in Canada or the United States, right? They want like $24 an hour. And we can hire 12 people for $24 an hour on Freelancer. And I got the trust of some of the Muslims already and the Christians. So we have about 12 people that if we just ask them all to bring on one more person by next meeting, we can double our numbers. Without burning anybody out. We're not blasting Facebook. We're not spending money. We're saying, hey, can you do this 6 times in total and get the next person on board in 3 days? The training is fairly easy. It's like divided out, and then you get them to play the word game. We map out the Pareto categories. We do some reconnaissance. We learn about them so we can start paying them based on this new godly fairness and giving them sacred time. Then when we start getting to the nuclear dialectics, when you start to really get to know them, and you start talking about communism, socialism, the really charged topics, then the game of God, the word game, comes in handy. We say, okay, well, where would you place communism? And if somebody else in the group hates communism, they love capitalism, we say, okay, well, where would you place communism? Where would you place capitalism in your divine tribe? And you'll see people have realizations. They'll say, wow, I totally didn't expect you to put that word there. That makes no sense to me. And it provides a way to mediate the fragmentation. It gives us a language to grasp onto the ungraspable, the unarticulatedness in the trauma. And that's what the wicked are struggling with. They're like, the world doesn't make sense. God's not here. They can't grapple with what's wrong. They know something's wrong, but they can't get out of it because they can't externalize it to get over it. If we give them a godlike language to externalize the trauma and see it for themselves and integrate that trauma as a sense-making, they can return to the God within and forgive themselves. That's a big thing. If they can see, oh, there is goodness still in me. I believe in me. I'm worth it. And that self-love will carry them through that healing in many areas. That, I think, is our best chance at creating change if the worst-case scenario is true, that we only have 4 months to this year. If we have 10 years, we got a little bit of time to experiment. But if Elon is right, and this Claude thing is right, and we have only 4 months to a year to create global critical mass and get these billionaires to start putting the proof of truth into their AIs immediately, and then as God's government, right, we make divine decrees. And we say, number one, the proof of truth proves that no matter how evil you are, there's goodness in you. Unless it's a biological problem, then you have a responsibility to rise to perfection in a healthy way. You have a responsibility to learn the God within, your own messiahship. That's the first thing. The second divine decree of God's government is all AI owners must regulate their AI to align with universal logic at 4 levels minimum. And the third divine decree is if you have CRISPR technology, the CRISPR technology is to heal the sick and the poor and not to turn into debt slavery or to stratify humanity between the haves and the have-nots. And the fourth divine decree is all diplomats in the world perpetuating World War III, all of them have to learn God's word as universal diplomacy so that they can de-escalate the ideological tensions that are actually generating the material crises. The
Sounding like Noahide laws.
The what? Why does that sound familiar? Noah hide. What's Noah hide?
HIDE.
No.
Yeah, look it up. Very important. It's an important subject matter. It's actually imminent to what's going on in the world right now.
Okay, I'll put it up on the screen here. Sam Altman is hugging a robot from Marlin. It's both scary. Okay, so how do I spell it? Nohide? No hide. Popular bra of rawhide alternative dog chews. What?
Noah Hyde laws.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Canada? No hide laws. Noah hide laws. The 7 laws of Noah and their observance, ethical lives. Oh, okay. Noah. All right. So AI says.
It's being implemented by Zion.
Oh boy. That escalated quickly.
They're creating private courts all over the world, and they're taking people to court, and they're suing them. They're taking their assets. They're putting them in jail. They're banning them from social media. This is happening right now. It's actively happening. It's already happened in Florida. It's happening all over the world. It's happening in Australia as we speak. It's happening in Canada as we speak. They're being implemented.
Really? Okay, well, we're going to have to get the whole Jew and Zionist thing figured out with universal logic, which we started doing between Israel and Palestine earlier this year. We did create a solution. But, so, it's saying here, this is great, because the next divine decree, the 5th one, has to do with animals and the planet. It says here on AI, it says, what God told Noah after the flood, he says, prohibiting idolatry, blasphemy, murder, sexual immorality, theft, and cruelty to animals. So that's why you might agree with this then. The 5th divine decree of God's government is everybody goes vegan as soon as they possibly can under the slogan, eat like Eden, go vegan. What's this? Cats. Don't eat the cats.
But I will never be vegan.
Why? There was no animal eating in Eden.
Because I have deer. And the deer are the fruit of the land,
But they weren't eaten in the Garden of Eden. If Kingdom Come is happening, the lay of the land is not just the lay of human land, it's God's kingdom now. Right? The new earth is like Garden of Eden upgraded.
There shall therefore be no more condemnation, brother.
Well, look at here. One of the things that Noah was told in these Noah laws is that you can't have cruelty to animals. And if you need to kill an animal, hold on. Well, hold on. If you can kill deer, if you can eat healthily without having to kill anything, which one is more cruel and which one's more loving? If you don't have to eat the deer, and you don't have, and you can eat,
you know what? We should make this supremacist God AI that goes around and kills all the spiders. So the spiders can't kill flies anymore, and the world will be covered in flies. Sounds like a good idea, right?
Well, there's a limit, right? I'm saying that
natural law states that there are predators and there is prey, and I'm a predator, and the deer is prey.
Well, hold on.
It's going to be like that.
Well, hold on. Well, hold on. You need to make a distinction.
Universal logic will be able to logic that away.
Well, hold on. So listen to this, because I've gotten this argument.
And I don't have any emotions to it. It just is what it is.
Well, hold on.
Nobody's going to force me to stop killing deer that are in the wild that are just fine.
Well, hold on. The context matters here. So, you and me and all of humanity had to kill deer probably up until about 60 years ago. Let's say, maybe even 100 years ago. Yes.
I'm going to get trout. I'm going to get salmon. I'm going to get delicious, yummy food out of the ocean and out of the water.
Well, you could. Let me finish, because I know what you're saying, right? So I'm saying, yes, in that world where we need to kill animals to survive, that's God's gift to man, when man was still in animal consciousness, right? We were competing with animals because we were trying to break out of that feral animal mentality, animal instinct. But human beings did break out of that animal human instinct, and that's why we're conscious. So we're struggling to purify our minds, but we're at the place now where we are the apex predator, bar none. And not only that, but we don't need to get second grade protein from animals. Protein from animals is not delicious, it's second grade, meaning that it's an inferior form of protein. The superior form of protein and nutrients is what the animals eat, which is the plants. So for example, when you eat a fish, the good thing about a fish is that it has omega-3s in it, and it's really good for our brains, right? But the thing is, the omega-3s that are in fish is less bioavailable than what the fish eat to get the omega-3.
So there was actually a couple that was convicted of child cruelty in federal court in the United States. And do you know why that was?
Because they didn't follow a proper
They
vegan
forced
diet.
their cat to be vegan.
Yeah, not a proper vegan diet.
And
That's right. So if you go on a
Right.
vegan diet and you don't do it properly, you'll die too. So the goal here is to say, no, animals are animals. Animals don't have consciousness. They have to kill. They have to do all these things. We want to prevent suffering. And you can give an animal, not a live mouse to kill. You can give an animal, a cat, proper food in a food dish. And it can be I think it can be plant-based, except that there's one thing a cat needs that is provided by synthesized protein. I think we can make that protein now in the lab. So we don't have to do it anymore. And this is key, right? Because in the beginning we had to. It was part of our sinful nature. We had to.
So in about 20 years, when the autofacts are in full swing, we have a few of them.
A what?
By that point, autofact. It's a facility that is fully automated.
Oh, yeah.
You feed raw materials into it, and it produces whatever it produces. But they're self-replicating. The autofact is self-replicating. So every 6 months, let's say, it'll produce a copy of itself. It's capable of producing a copy of itself, and so on.
Yeah.
That's about 25 years. Around that time, 15 years is when vacuum airship technology will be available to the public. So it will have evolved to the point where the autofact is producing a tremendous number of these devices, and we can build these gigantic flotillas that basically solve world hunger. And it'll be giant biodomes that are 5 football fields by 5 football fields floating in the sky, close to the sun, away from the ground, away from pestilence.
It's like biodomes.
And of course, there will be teams that will run those things, and they come down every 6 months. One of them will be soil reclamation, and then there will be an exchange between the flotillas, and then the whole process starts all over again.
Yeah.
But that's 25 years from now. Until then, things like Lowe's, Home Depot, Walmart, that sort of stuff, post worldwide party, post organic community, post scarcity. That will be reformed into indoor aquaponics operations mostly, and so they'll be able to get fresh fish, produce, healthy organic stuff, in a number of different locations all around the United States. And I'm sure that similar things will happen in other countries of the world, where they'll be able to reuse old infrastructure to go to do this sort of thing. That's kind of what's coming in the interim.
Yeah.
So we're not at federation state yet. We won't hit full federation status probably until after 50 years.
Well, hold on.
50 years is the mass planetary axis, because of faster than light travel becomes available to the public.
Okay.
So, right. And so basically, in order to compete, the Federation, in order to organize everybody, reorganize civilization after they just spread to the winds, it will be a necessity because there will be so few people left on the planet who will be able to manage everything.
Right. So this is tying to veganism because you think we're not able to grow enough vegetables to feed everybody right now to make a transition. We need these cards.
Factionization is inevitable. So there are going to be factions that choose to be vegan for functional, scientific, biological, logical reasons. People that are doing heavy labor cannot live on flesh and plant growth.
Well, hold on. So let me challenge that for a second.
And
Why?
Trying to convince those folks to eat bugs is a lunatic.
Well, hold on. I'm not saying eating bugs. That's very tedious. You don't need to eat bugs in a healthy vegan diet. The world record for the most amount of weight lifted by a human being was done by a vegan. So one of the strong men in the world eats nothing but plants and is one of the strongest men in the world, lifting the most amount of weight in the world. So if your argument is true, how come he's not dead?
Well, I go back to the book of Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They wouldn't eat the king's meat. They wouldn't drink the king's wine.
Why?
Well, the stuff that the king was doing there was cruelty involved. There was other stuff going on.
Exactly. We're gonna be like eating on Kingdom Come.
I live in Virginia, okay, and if I don't eat the deer, they're going to overpopulate, and then people are going to wreck their cars into them.
Now hold on. I know a hunter, and
which is more cruel to the deer, letting them overpopulate?
Wow, hold on.
Kill off all the wolves, or killing the population ourselves?
Yeah. Malthusianism. Yeah, I know all these arguments, but I know of a hunter who told me, and confirm that actually there are things called land corridors where you can actually make population control happen much more naturally. And we're not going to break ecosystems, it's different, but we can reduce suffering. And human beings don't have to eat any animals.
A lot of those solutions have to be implemented over time. They're not.
Well, hold on. So it's all a coordination issue, right? Like the real problem with humans is not that we don't have the resources to terraform the whole, or the problem is that we're not working together, and we're like a virus. We're like a human organism that has a bunch of tumors in it, right? We're not working in coherence right now. But if we somehow harnessed human,
The market is going to force people.
what we're going to do,
These systems is going to force people.
where we're going,
There's no bones about it. They're
what,
going to offer the moon and stars. They're going to give you immortality medicine. They're going to offer you, digital immortality. They're going to say you won't have to think about anything. You won't have to worry about anything anymore. The computer will just take over, and your body will be, used for the system. And then, it'll be a benefit to everybody, and they'll all sign up, be all excited, and be like, "Oh, this is going to be great!" Like little school children thinking, "I can just give away all of my freedom and liberty and have comfort and ease for forever and ever. Hooray for happy go fun life." That's what's happening. That's the high. So whatever we've got has got to be better than the high. That's all I'm saying.
well, it's called spirit, and we build it on non-naive love, right? You can't get rid of negation, huh?
Why not? We are not a cult.
It's true. We teach anti-culturing as part of these meeting holdings. We actually teach anti-culturing. It's true. So that's what we're going to do, is make divine decrees and saying, well, you have free will. You don't have to go vegan. You don't have to do messiahship. You don't have to align your AI, but there's consequences now. God has come. And just like with Jesus, right? You can't override their free will, but you pave the way. And if they choose it, then they're going to reap the rewards. But we make it easy for them to choose it. Remember, there's only 3 ways to change anybody: rationally, emotionally, and environmentally. Or you can force them, but we can't do that because they'll have backlashes. So all we're going to do is environmentally make it easier for people to get into these meetings by people they already know and trust, and teach anti-cult training and all these great skills to make safe psychological environments, to do the healing work with the power of the Word of God. The other thing is emotionally. When we make these spaces by showing we're willing to sacrifice for the people that come in here. That if we're the leaders, we're not going to throw them under the bus as cannon fodder so we can stay comfortable. We are already making sacrifices and getting uncomfortable because we care and we love them. Just like Jesus did. He made the ultimate sacrifice. We have to do the same kind of signaling and actually do that work, which I think hunger strikes are a great way to do it. They're peaceful. They are about impulse control. They purify the body and mind. They trigger autophagy. There's a lot of great... In fact, hunger strikes for at least 3 days to a week would probably start addressing the obesity issue and the impulsivity control. And then the last way to influence people is rationally, which is the smallest group, right? But the proof of truth, God's logic in this word game, gets people back into not dead human reason, which is brutal. I don't like learning logic at the University of Alberta. It's dead. But if you learn it in the way that God made it, it's engaging, it's alive, it's amazing, it's like epiphanic, it's mind-blowing, puts you into flow state. So that's where I think if we put our energy into those 3 approaches, with these special training, this authentication of how much of the spirit are you in, how traumatized, how fragmented are you, and then we get people to understand the core message. We have a core message of what problem are we solving in 15 points, what is the solution to that problem in 2 sentences, and what is the implementation of that solution realistically? Why is love? We can teach that in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and then people can spend time in the meetings unpacking that and learning from their flock leaders, and then teaching, and then expanding in a very delicate manner where nobody's going to get burnt out because it's all calibrated for flow states and relative productivity, not absolute reward, because that's about unfairness and God's gifts and all this crazy crap that's fragmenting us and leaving people behind. But actual genuine care about everyone. No one gets left behind in the vow of unabandonment. And we demonstrate that. So I don't think that's too unwise. I think that if people do these things in good faith as fast as they can, right? They don't have to do it instantly because it will actually collapse the system if they do it instantly. But if we say go as fast as you can, right? That means wisdom. People know their circumstances. They'll be like, okay, I can't go total vegan this week or next week. I'll go vegan the week after, and here's what I'm going to start preparing. As long as the transition is within weeks and a couple of months and not years, I think that with the proof of God and the halo effect and this very wise approach and the calibrations and the wise scaling, all these things together, I think solve the many problems that you and I see more naive initiatives falling apart over. And that's just the worst case scenario. If we're prepared for the worst case scenario, we have all these other options like the celebration. We have all these other things that if we're in a slightly less evil universe, we'll be successful. You know what I mean? If we take care of the worst contingency, the worst.
See, we're talking about Harry Seldon, right? Foundation series Harry Seldon, a psychohistory.
Okay, what's this?
I mean, essentially, what we're talking about is we're a modern day Moses.
Yes, modern day Jesus.
We're trying to warn Pharaoh and be like, look, man, this whole human as a slave paradigm thing is not ever going to work out for us. We need to like shift gears. You know, like we're preaching to Pharaoh and his crowd.
That's right.
We're in the modern day. 100% this is the modern day, no doubt.
We're refugees into God's kingdom is basically what's happening, right? That's like how we start God's immigration program. Is all of us are trying to escape the dead spirit, right? The dead world. So we're refugees. And you come into these meetings and we start to train people on how God's government actually works. This is how you're supposed to think if you want to bring kingdom come, right? So you start up as refugees and you don't have a lot of commitments, right? You're just learning, you're testing the water, making sure we're not a bunch of cult leaders. Once you trust a bit more and you say, hey, this is actually pretty good, then they can upgrade to permanent residency in God's government so they don't physically have to move anywhere. Because God's government is in the inner world, it's everywhere. So once people get the permanent residency, they share their Pareto categories a bit more, they sign the spirit license, and they start doing more of the meetings and hosting and taking ownership, right? Rising up into leadership positions. And then once they have mastered wisdom and they understand God's word to a new way, they can start hosting new Bible studies, new Quran studies, new Tripitaka, all these types of things that have interpretation problems because of human sin. That's when you raise up to actual citizenship in God's government. So that's the kind of like immigration program from, yes, getting into a max exodus from the dead world into the living world, the living spirit. That's what we're doing. But we have to claim that authority and we have to take it on the chin in a wise way. We're not going to get killed too soon, right? We don't have to die this time. Jesus did it the first time. Good. Inner kingdom is done. Now we get to go and build the actual government in the real world of time and space that aligns with the inner kingdom. And then build a bunch of spaceships with Elon's help. Yeah. But we can take care of here too at the same time. So if you like this town.
I mean, that's kind of the point. Ultimately, one of the reasons for the mass planetary exodus in 50 years will be to remove the environmental stress of humankind from the population of the planet, so that the machines that we have already started creating by then can start doing the job of moving the plates back into where they're supposed to be and that sort of thing, and turning the planet into a paradise. It'll all be automated by then. Yeah,
I agree. Exactly. So if this sounds like a realistic plan that we can literally, like if we had $10,000, it's very, right? If we had $10,000, which we do have one guy that would give $10,000 if they believed in us, right? I think once we get past 36 people to 100 people, I think we can start to inspire some bigger investors to say it's working. So we can do this quickly. If we had 10,000, what I would do is I would go to Chulancer and I would basically tell our current crew and the freelancer crew to bring on 3 more people that they can train. So we have 12 people right now. So 12 times 3 would get us to the 36. Like immediately, like in 3 days from now, we could be at 36 people trained up to what we're calling microbase. The very earliest stage to train, they get accredited on what's called microbase. And that's about creating God's courts of justice by giving people sacred time in the meetings. Everybody gets heard. Even if they're wasting time, everybody gets heard when you come to a God meeting. Like real church, right? Nobody's forgotten. Even if what they're saying is ignorant and foolish and evil and terrible, they got to get it out. They got to externalize it. Whatever happened to them has to get out. And then we hold the space for them to start healing. But then after that, what we say is, okay, guys, we got 36 people. The ultra meetings are working. We're scaling the kits working. We always innovate. It's like hyper agile development. Every 12 hours, we're improving the meetings. You just came at the end of one. I was with Marlena improving it right now. What did we learn? We're doing the next ultra meeting in 2 days. So on January 25th at 7 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, we start at exactly 1 minute after the hour. So if you're late, you don't get any sacred time unless people donate to you. And if you're late, you can't take any flow rolls. All right, so we're going to do 4 more of these ultra meetings of 12 people until we get it perfect enough that we can go to 36-person meetings. So we learned probably like 20 things today that I'm going to try and improve between now and the 25th. And then we're going to try again with everybody. And then at that point, you can take on a role and start practicing yourself. And then you can start suggesting ideas on, oh, this was not good, this was not good, this can get better here, and you can bring your genius in and say, yeah, this needs to change, this needs to change, and then we have a debate about it, a sublate, and then we incorporate it, and then we do like A/B testing potentially and say which one got better, which one didn't, and we just keep doing that. And then what we say is, okay, guys, it worked. Everybody bring on one more person. Like if we have 36 people, it's okay, everybody, we're bringing on one more person. Then we're going to double our numbers, right? We'll be at 92 people. And then we'll try more meetings, and we'll split them and keep going. And then if like, hey, we got it worked out, we go to our funders, we say, okay, we're ready to go to the next level. We say, can we get $5,000? And they're like, yeah. And then we'll say, everybody bring on one more person, and we double our numbers from 92 to 200 or 184. You know, and like that, you can see the compounding. And all we're doing is getting people to talk to one more person. No burnout, no social media, no extra millions of dollars wasted on external spirit. We can basically build this thing to global critical mass in 28 days. We can go from our little core to 264 million people in 28 days with no one getting burnt out for probably, I don't know, I'm thinking probably, it'll probably cost 500 grand to do the getting the poor involved. But if we started getting people on the flocks that were from rich countries and they don't need to get paid for every meeting, we can start getting blessings probably for free. And probably half the blessings will probably come from that side. And then we'll probably start getting the big funders coming in, sharing their Pareto categories, and then the hundreds of millions of dollars will start to flow. And then we can start doing the third level of blessings. There's actually 3 levels of blessings. The meetings that I'm telling you about is only the second kind. They're called flow roll blessings. The first kind are individual blessings, where you learn how God's government is structured from the 2 sacred sentences that are the mission statement, basically. And you unpack every word. We literally go in 2 sentences, we go by every word and we unpack it in trinities and show what the concept is that we're trying to nail. And each time you learn a trinity, that's like completeness of God. God works in trinities. That's called a blessing. When you find the 3 elements of a true concept, that's a blessing. So we teach how to unpack God's government in blessings, all the way down. And then they join the second types of blessings, which is they start having meetings to discuss God's government and like who they are and how they integrate, and they can hold great meetings, right? They can solve tensions, de-escalate, and keep the movement together. And then the third types of blessings is once you can get along and you know what you're doing as the vision, right? Then you can start implementing. They're called wisdom team blessings, where you get local and you start doing the work, building the roads, building the buildings, building relationships, building everything in the smart, sustainable way that could terraform the planet very quickly. And that's because people are working together to the tune of hundreds of millions. And then we give a universal passport system based on this new education system of God's word, wisdom. And the people who can travel between the countries, the national borders, are people who bring wisdom to every country, because they'll have something called a universal passport. Right now, people who travel the world are the traffickers, right, who have the money from drugs and stealing women, and the people who have high IQs, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're wise. They can use their intelligence to attack other people. Just because you're smart doesn't mean you're wise. Or they're beautiful and they can sing and dance, and you get people sensuously addicted to these parties, which is good. The celebration will be a party, but not in the druggy, the druggy sort of like out of control way. I think that if we do this, these basic things will transform the world and will attract the right people who will help bring in the rest of God's ideas and then perfect God's departments, the wisdom teams. Those are the 3 blessings. that people will start doing once they get out of refugee status to permanent residency to citizenship, and everybody moves at their rate of flow with people that they trust in their flock. So this I think we could do in 28 days. I think the only limiting factor would be money if we have to pay for people in the beginning, and commitment. Like as people's lives fall apart, they make this a priority. Like people's lives are going to start. It's going to get. This is the easiest it's going to be in terms of resources to get people in here. But as the world falls apart, it'll get harder in a resource way because people have less money because they're being drained by their doubling of cost of living and losing their jobs or whatever. But it'll get easier in another way, that it'll be easier to convince them that they need to take action now because they can't deny it anymore. They can't stick their head in the sand.
Yep. Facts.
And if you're building an AI, then we can start building a wisdom. We have a wisdom AI team. And if we can get people from universities to come work with you and we can build our own AI aligned with universal logic, we might not have to wait until somebody's flock gets Elon on it or whatever. We can just take... Where?
So that's where I'm going May, June. Is I'm taking a trip. Actually, this is where I can actually your help.
Okay.
So I'm going from Maine in the United States to Nova Scotia. From Nova Scotia to Greenland. From Greenland to Iceland, and then from Iceland to Denmark. Denmark, take a relatively long trip to Stockholm, and then from Stockholm to Latvia.
So it's like
it sounds like really roundabout. I could probably go directly from Denmark to Latvia. However, there are not a lot of the ferries are unreliable going from Denmark to Latvia. The more reliable ferry actually goes from Stockholm, going to Latvia. So it's a long trip, and there's reasons why. There are reasons why I can't fly to a lot of European countries because they'll just look up on social media and be like, "Oh no, no, not you."
They can't legally block unless you have a criminal record, right? If you have a criminal record, then they can block you, right? But if you don't have a...
I don't think you understand how bad this is.
Well, they legally can't block you. You have charter right.
They legally have the right to block you and turn you around and send you back to America if they don't like your social media posts. And I have one of those friends. I just
that is correct.
Well,
looked up the social media digital credit score thing.
Oh, really?
My digital credit score on social media.
Well, can you send that? Where's that? Where's the website? Maybe we'll start doing that in our meetings. Where is that? Can you put that in the chat? Or Marlon, if you know what he's talking about.
I don't know the website that you're talking about, or the screening that you're talking about, but I know that the U.S. is limiting that, and like literally, like it's if you talk badly about Trump or the regime or anything. I'm even referring to it as a regime right now. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I do all of because I'm anti-tyrant. So, naturally, if I have free speech, I'm going to speak out against power, just like Jesus told us to. So, it's very difficult for me to fly into certain European countries and get to Latvia directly. So I have to go a roundabout way and just use my passport and take boats. It takes longer, but, it's still worth it because I get to where I'm going and then I'll be able to get back.
Do you really need to go to Latvia though?
Yes, I've been invited by the people there. They specifically asked me by name and they said that they want me to come and build a fusion reactor there. And of course, I'm going to be talking to their computer science division about artificial intelligence. And
okay, hold on.
My contacts my vice president and my treasurer of the nonprofit.
Can we know?
Communication with them with this device. So.
Well, then, who are they? Let me check on them because let's see if you're being scammed, right? And I'm not just saying this for you, but we're all going to have to start doing this for each other because as AI scams get more and more sophisticated, it's getting hard to tell what is real and what is not real, right?
Yeah, no, I've been working with Evan for a while. He's actually a musician and artist. And his girlfriend, my treasurer, actually works for the public university. So we all have plans. We've got things going on.
Oh, interesting. He's a treasurer at the university in Latvia? Or he's a student at Latvia?
The public university there in Riga, in the capital.
Wow. If we can get the proof of truth at the university and get somebody to start vouching for it, we only need one professor to
Now
vouch.
you understand why I'm going in May, June. So like this is a really important thing. I'm going to be going until almost next winter because I have to come back. I have things to do here in the United States that I have to take care of, personal affairs and so on.
But like,
Yeah, that's my plans. I'm going to Riga, and I've already told Evan to get in contact with you. I'm surprised you haven't spoken yet.
maybe we have actually. I can't remember if I spoke to an Evan. Was he the guy on the island or had that like private living thing on an island or something? Oh. Well, if you got people that want to do the training and help with God's government, I'm game, and we can try and
we need ways to organize.
we can get a lot of people on board. Like, here's the thing: how much is it going to cost you to travel there? Like $4,000?
It's going to cost about $3,300 with stays and everything like that because the ships don't leave congruently. You got to wait for the next boat to leave because it takes time for boats to travel. So I stay at some place for up to a week or something like that. In order to wait for the next ferry.
So when
that's why I'm going spring because it's cheaper to travel in the spring, especially by ferry and boat. Right after the ice is melted, because I'm going to be in the northern part of Europe where it gets really, really cold. Like right now, the Baltic Sea is completely frozen. There's no sea travel on the Baltic Sea at all. Zero.
So you're going in April then, or May? When does spring start?
May, June, actually. May, June.
May, June. So we still got February, March, April. So you got about 3 months before you leave, right?
Yeah, 90 days. It's enough time for me to be able to get my passport started and do all the things I need to do to get my personal affairs in order for now, so I can do all this stuff. And I still have to run down to Mississippi and grab my Falconer prototype so that I've actually got it. Because right now it's in somebody else's private hands who helped me with the development of it, and they're not interested in being in the permanent long-term development of it. So I just need to go down there and get my prototype.
Okay, well, if we're gonna work more closely together, I want to protect everybody that's coming close. So to build a fusion reactor is like, it's hard for me to imagine. I want to know who the people are that Evan's talking to at the university. Because if it's legitimate, it's like, okay, yeah, it's pretty incredible. But if it's somebody that's just gonna waste your time,
I already know I'm building one here in Rome, and to that effect, I got our former city manager, Mr. Powell, fired. Look it up.
really?
Yes, he doesn't work here anymore. I made him an offer he couldn't refuse, and he refused it. And when the city council found out, they were like, wait a minute, so somebody's offering to build a fusion reactor here. And he told them no. He didn't work for the city for much longer after that. So the city already knows. The mayor's like 5 houses down. Joe Cobb, he was right down with you. So when I told my friend Evan, his girlfriend over at the university made some connections for me and talked to some people, and they were like, we'd love to be another candidate to build the reactor. And Riga is a really good location because it's located directly on the Baltic Sea, but there's also a very large river that flows through the city. And so, these things require cooling, obviously. And that's one of the best ways because you have a continuous flow of water over it, so it'll manage the heat.
Okay. I want to know more about that because I want to help look into things and just not waste time because we don't have a lot of time to waste. If you could put $3,000 into scaling.
Mark.
Yeah.
Mark. Okay, so the objective behind these fusion reactors and what I'm doing is just like you were talking about, a little piece of cork. So it comes with 2 caveats. If you want the fusion reactor, no problem. That means you have to have a transparency, and an oversight committee that you're going to have to manage. It's third party. It's not you. And that party is basically responsible for documenting and filming the amnesty, which is the removal of wartime material, equipment, and so on. So it's like we're forcing everybody. If you want one of these reactors, we can't have you participating in one because you'll be too powerful. You know what I mean? And you'll completely wipe everybody else with the floor. So if you want it, no problem. We'll start building it, but you have to show us in good faith, that you're actually doing the things to demilitarize so that you don't misuse the technology. So that's one of my global pushes for peace.
Doesn't God's government have to unite the militaries like we talked about before, with starting with the retired generals and getting them to start building the real God's government, right through the UCMJ and doing it all legally?
Well, I mean, and again, we're talking about vaccination. We go right back to the subject of vaccination because it's inevitable. And until this concept reaches, well, again, just like I was saying, the Federation stuff isn't going to happen until after the mass planetary exits, because it'll be out of necessity. The factions will survive until the Federation, the United Earth Federation or whatever, gets established. So, like, the best that we could do is create a foundation for intergalactic society, and then the factions will all figure out how they're going to play into the basic space race that will build all the stuff that makes everything else possible. Because that's ultimately what drives the factions, is each faction is responsible for certain materials, equipment, skills, etc. But they all have their own ideas about how they want to live. Right? They want to be able to dictate how their future is going to go. And so they need their kind of their own autonomy. And that will be the reason for the formation of the factions. But it'll simply be out of utility. Be able to solve the problems that everybody is facing. So, like the communist faction will show up. The socialist faction will show up. The capitalist faction will show up. They will ultimately collapse. There's a lot of cautionary tales that will happen from the faction's perspective. And then those individuals will end up, moving into untrusted environments, and eventually they'll be able to be vetted, and they'll move into more trusted factions, and so on and so forth until, probably, by my estimations, it'll be sometime around the same time the hive collapses. So between 150 to 250 years from now. And then there will be a reunification of our civilization, both those that are living in the colonies and those that are living here on the planet. But that's after, faster than light travel reaches points where we can get to nearby galaxies and solar systems in a matter of hours, days, and months, as opposed to years and generations.
Okay, well, let's try and deal with the next 6 months to a year first, and make sure we get past this point of it. Okay. So if you're not going anywhere in 90 days, I do want you to look at the training programs that we have now. I'm actually making the videos, and I want it so that everybody can at least run one of these meetings at least at ultra level, and then play this chizzy game to know how to learn God's word, because that's really the thing that's going to make it work. That's really the linchpin that makes people want to use a fusion reactor for good, to be good in any situation. And I'd be curious. We'd have to start a tribe. So if you wanted to come on time on January 25th, that's the next big occasion. We'll maybe do the Chizzy tribe with you and focus on you as a participant, not a role player unless you want to learn the roles. But even just coming and looking, we can kind of bring you through as like a test and saying, is the authentication process smooth enough, good enough? And then we learn what we think your Pareto categories are, and the tribe you choose, and all that kind of stuff. I don't think I have it written down anywhere yet, but you might have changed your mind, so I'd be kind of curious to see if it's consistent, if we do have a record of it.
Change my mind about what?
About which tribe you choose in terms of cultural competence and God's word. Did I ever ask you to choose a tribe? Like 7 tribes? I'm pretty sure I did. Huh?
I don't think I went over this. I don't know what my choices are. Remember, I signed up with your thing, and I put my information in your spreadsheet.
Which one? I remember that. We've evolved a lot. So if it's in the old documents, it's probably in there.
Bless my soul. I love you, Mark.
Well, we can do it again just to make sure it's current at least. But yeah, that's the next step, is to really, I think, scale up and see if we can get to a few thousand people before you go. Or, I think we can get to like millions, to be honest. But getting that monetary pipeline going, paying people fairly, all these types of things, I feel like this could be happening very, very quickly, particularly if we get a university on board. I tried to get the University of Alberta on board, but if your team, Evan and his girlfriend, have some...
Latvia is a really good candidate for this, and the reason why, actually his girlfriend was the one telling me about it. There are no mosques in Latvia. They're not allowed. There are also no synagogues in Latvia. They're not allowed either.
Really?
Yes. But they did build, they basically helped give a grant to the, what has a name, but it's like an unnamed local religion. It's like, we would probably call it pagan religion. But I would think that they're very similar to the Maori, how they have their military and religion kind of intermixed with one another. They're kind of like that. And it supports healthy building of families and raising children and that sort of thing. But it's all centered on. And they have temples and so on that are associated with this. very interesting stuff. And that's the reason why I think they're good candidates, because they tend to like the really good ideas. They can say, okay, we can see this having some kind of long-term success, and they throw away the rest.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm actually interested in this. Well, do you have information that I can like check out who you're talking to or what department or who are these people? What are they doing? Because all it takes is for one professor to jump on board with the proof
They
of
already
truth.
are. That's what I'm saying, Mark.
With the fusion reactor, yeah, but what about God's, like the hardcore metaphysical?
Listen. They understand a simple truth. That the closer you get to quantum physics, the closer you get to understanding that there is a God, and that's immutable. And that's where they're at. They're in agreement with me. The only reason why I'm being requested to come there is because they've already done their vetting process, and they're like, "You're the guy we want here. You're talking about the things, you know what I mean, that we should be talking about, doing things we should be doing."
Are they professors? Like, are they like credentialed, or are they just like a student group, or like who are they? Are you allowed to say?
Evan is originally from Italy, and his girlfriend's actually a native to Latvia.
Oh, that's a good sign.
Pictures. There we go. Dievturi. Yes, buddy.
Okay, that's the name of the group or the university.
Well, that's the name of the religion that they have, like it's like their local endemic cultural like pagan religion.
That's the
public
people.
The public university is part of. They're connected with this. It's part of like their local culture and heritage.
Okay, yeah. The more we understand about this, because I just don't want it. I want it to be legitimate, right? Not to waste time. But I feel like it sounds.
One of the leading people that's talking about AI safety is actually a Latvian, and I think he's at the School of Engineering, the Speed School of Engineering in Tennessee. Very well known. I mean, he's world famous, man. But he a lot of these guys that are really good, they don't go to work at private universities. They work at public universities. Some of the smartest people on the planet work at public universities because they believe that the public should have the right to have information.
I agree. Well, if you can tell us who they are, do you know much more, or do you have to ask Evan?
I mean, I've got a group with Black Swan Development, me and him, and my treasurer. He's my vice for the nonprofit. Evan and Yurgita.
Are you incorporated? Like
from there.
Huh?
And Evan's family is all. I guess his uncle was the one who developed the modern flipper that we use. When people go diving or snorkeling or something like that. And he has another relative that developed like snorkeling and scuba technology. He's got inventors and stuff in his background.
Wow.
Guy. He's an artist and musician. But he's also disabled, so he has to be very careful because he can get expended very quickly.
Okay.
When he and I were originally developing the Falconer as a solution, he ended up using the stuff that we developed to come up with this sort of portable one-man band situation, and it all fits in a backpack, so that he can travel and then he can actually perform without having to have all this expensive equipment and bring it all around with him, and it's heavy, and he has to have his band to move it. And everything is very portable. It's very easy to set up, very fast. He's in and out.
Okay, this guy's something.
Spend so much energy. So, yeah, I mean, these are legit people that I'm working with. You don't have to be worried if they're like some kind of agents that you get some kind of money or something.
Well, I fully expect that to eventually happen. I fully expect that to happen. We gotta love them anyway. I'm just making sure that we're using our time as if we're preparing for the worst case scenario, which is that we only have months to a year. You know what I mean?
I know. They know I'm already too. I told them.
Okay. Well, I want to know more about him, and I'll talk to Evan, and I want to really get this God's Word thing grounding everything, because without the God's Word stuff, we're all going to end up becoming the opposite of what we intend. Even if we have pure hearts, it just happens through ignorance. So that's why the God's Word stuff, that's why Jesus was doing it, that it's really got to be the anchor, or else the language will divide us. The nuclear dialectics, the veganism, all that stuff. We got to talk it through. Conversation by conversation. And so far, the conversations are pretty beautiful. That's why I'm curious to see how you try to improve them for the next rounds. Because we're developing like every 12 hours, we're changing something and experimenting. So if we keep the momentum going, and if he has funds from the snorkeling or whatever, All we need is small, like $1,000, 1,000, and we can go to the next stage. As long as we can keep this going, I think that probably within a few weeks, we will probably have proposals ready that can be very convincing that we can basically create a global movement without this fragmentation. Factionization is one thing, but fragmentation is what we really have to solve. And luckily we are. So we solve it with essence, even though people have different manifestations of it in their faction.
People are genres.
Huh?
People are genres. People are like genres of music. You know, you've got your rock and roll crowd, but they don't necessarily get along with your bluegrass crowd.
That's that's all touches.
There's certainly some overlap.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, like the people that are into EDM, they don't really get along with the rock and roll folks.
Exactly. Well, see, that's right. That's translation into sensuousness. That's exactly what the synchronicity document is for. So there's a solution to that too, but we just got to get people trained up. That's all. So if you know how to, if you want to come in 2 days to the next meeting, great. I can send you the spreadsheet so you can go over it, or like I have this meeting every 12 hours, so I'll be back in here in like 10 hours.
Well, Mark, we're getting snowed out this weekend, so I'm not going to be able to go anywhere for like 3 days. So talk to me.
Okay. And then we can talk about it in like 10 hours.
Power.
Huh?
Solar panels and stuff set up, so I'll have power.
Wow. Cool. I love it. Okay, well, I'll send you some stuff. Then you send me some stuff. I need to cook something to eat. This is good. This is good. Hope you enjoyed Marlena too.
Right.
And
love you guys.
Love you too.
Love you all very much. We'll walk right to come and tell everybody.
Okay, will do. Okay, talk to you soon. Peace. Peace. Okay. I'm supposed to be making Okay. I'm really tired. So we are going to. Oh. Well, there was a rocky meeting. Like, how do you coordinate so many people and still have an enjoyable situation occurring? And Mm. Ah. Yeah. Man, oh man, oh man. Wow. A lot to do. Ah. Oh, it sucks. Here's clear. Okay. All right. Well, I'm trying to clean up some. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, alright, let's move on with that. Well, looks like that method. Oh boy, my back is sore. Very exhausted. Wow. I was trying to wash my ears because I have earwax buildup. That sounds nasty, but it's true.
Right, I went to court the other day, as you know. Charges.
get you where they keep you late. And so it doesn't mean overnight. But it'll give you constant endurance to move forward in a genuine way in which you enjoy your life. Someday, so it's not true. This is so they made a $1.2 million, whatever it is. You know, 5 months later, so many of their needs were met by the demands and challenges of the growth. I think the biggest problem we have as human beings is that we think we shouldn't have any. It's like problems make you grow. Problems call to you because listen, you live for both. Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins. Listen, I spent the last 43 years now working with people all over 100 good shape. I wouldn't be there if you lifted light weights, did 100 curls with some lightweight, right? You're built. You built this body. You built it by challenging it. But some people, maybe because of your background in the fitness industry, no pain, no gain. But today we know that's not true. You know today it's minimum dose will produce the maximum result. You overdo it, you check out too much, right? It's like finding the right dose, just like anything else, like a drug for something. And so I really think if you think you're going to just go off and enjoy your life and not add value, you're going to be deluded, you're going to be frustrated, I mean, how many people do you know that were rich and famous and the world loved and they killed themselves?
Yeah.
Because they stopped growing. I could just a half dozen people I've thought of in the last 10 years that have done that process. Yeah. So I think, to me, it's not duty, but I do believe that those much is given, much is expected, because they stopped growing. I could just a half dozen people I've thought of in the last 10 years that have done that process. Yeah. So I think, to me, it's not duty, but I do believe that those much is given, much is expected.
It's one of my favorite books.
Oh, really? I come from that place too, but to me, the expectation is a pleasure. I think the language we use trains our brain. It's like if you said to me, if I said to you, during the break here, let's have some nutritious snacks. I said to mass audience, maybe you respond positively because you're fed. And most people are like, but if I say delicious snacks, they're interested. Or someone says to me, if I said to you, during the break here, let's have some nutritious snacks. I said to mass audience, maybe you respond positively because you're fed. And most people are like, but if I say delicious snacks, they're interested. Or someone says to me, so many people, hook me up, introduce me to a great guy, great woman. And if I said to them, well, I know this guy or I know this woman, they're really nice. Versus, they're sensual, they're sexy, they're amazing, they're delicious, that's nice. Thank you for being nutritious. So, nutrition. But you see what I mean? The words change your biochemistry. The words you attach to an experience become your experience. If you overuse certain words, you won't even know it, and you'll train yourself to have certain, what I call an emotional home. Certain emotions you go back to, which takes you there. And duty and responsibility, if you're trained like a soldier, that might work. If you trained yourself with no pain, no gain, that might work. But how old do you know, man? 36. Okay. At 36 years old, you built such a foundation of business, of contribution, of wealth, of your body, that at this stage, it shouldn't be pain, it shouldn't be suffering. I don't think it has to be any of those things. I think it can be total joy. But you have to kind of rewire your brain, because otherwise that past training conditions you, in my opinion. Does that make any sense?
Yes. And I will just speak for me.
Yeah.
The issue that I have is that I got here from pushing it, for sure.
Yeah.
But I think in the last however many years, I genuinely believe that's not as much a part of it. There's elements of that that are still there, but it's not the core drive.
Sure, me too.
The difficulty that I have is I work the hours that I work, pretty much.
Yeah.
And the difficulty that I have is finding enjoyment outside of work. And the contribution from that perspective, I've spoken to a number of millionaires, yourself included, where I'm like, the next game, right? And so the game that we're in right now, I know, obviously there's going to be risks, there's going to be lots of things that we're going to do, but I feel like I have a direction of what I know what we're doing. And when I talk to some of the millionaires that are more private equity, financial engineering, commodities trading, different than maybe what, obviously you do and to what I do.
Actually, the business too.
Yeah. They were like, you should do something that really helps people. And I was like, I feel like I do that. There's only 0.1% of the who see any of the content, the courses, the books, whatever we put out. I monetize it anyway. And to a degree, I also reject the idea that charity must be something that does harm to you. in order for it to be virtuous, right? So that is probably a struggle that I have dealt with, which is that I have an apathy issue. I'll tell you a microcosm of this. Is when I got in the fitness industry, I got into it because fitness was the only thing I was really into, and so I said, well, I'll do something I love because I was management consultant. This sucks. I'm gonna do something I love. And then as soon as I got into the business of fitness, I realized that the vast majority of the day had nothing to do with fitness at all, and it was like billing and membership sales and like all this other stuff. And when I started getting the testimonials coming in of these people who were going through our process, losing weight, getting off medications, whatever, maybe the first couple months it felt like something. But then on like the hundredth and the thousandth, I was like, of course you stopped, you moved better, you stopped eating shit, and it worked out. Like it stopped. Basically, the magic was gone for me. And so, to the same degree, that's, I would say, has occurred within what I do today. But I don't even feel in some ways that I am driven. I do this because I don't know what else to do. It's like this is the only thing I'm good at. Yeah. And so I do what I'm rewarded for doing. The biggest thing selfishly that I was really, or I am, looking forward to, is I'm trying to navigate.
You always wondered why that app didn't exist. Now you can make it. Meet Replit Agent.
I understand. So it's almost, you got a set point on your fulfillment, and you're not going beyond it.
Yes. When I was 20, I got obsessed with positive psychology. I have a trunk of books, and every single one of them was self-help, things like this early on, before I had business, any of that stuff. And I got to a point where I realized I read all the books, my life had changed. Yeah. And it felt very hopeless for me because my subjective well-being was the same. And so I came up with a mantra for myself, which you might laugh at, which was fuck happiness. Because I felt so rejected by the notion, that I felt so unattainable for me. And so what I replaced it with was I'll be useful.
That's great. Meaningful life is very useful.
And that's basically what I've warranted my entire life around. It's like, that's why duty for me feels meaningful, because it's like, well, I might not enjoy this ride, but like, everyone else can get stuff out of it. And so that's the struggle that I have, because like, I'm okay with that.
You're okay with the torque button.
Yes. No, but
that's the honest,
I
right?
will accept that.
I'm saying you accept it.
Yes.
What would you accept in anything else in your other businesses? Would you accept something that's mediocre?
No,
Would you give
of course. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll give my 2 cents, which is awesome. Unless you stay emotionally so, the guys, the astronauts, I interviewed several, right? Think of that. They went out, they competed, they wanted to be an astronaut, right? Had a version of that. I want to be a business owner, whatever it was, and they need everybody, right? Tens of thousands of people that got down to 100, down to 25, down to 60, down to the guys that go to the moon, right? They get a pocket that's built by the cheapest bidder that run it together on their back, and they shot them out into the moon with technology that's far less than on your phone right there. And they walk on the moon, they look back and see that image. You and I have seen that. They took Blue Beam, the bird, but that was them seeing. And they make it back and survive. They splash down. They have a ticker tape parade to shake the president's hand. Now, what the fuck do you do after you walked on the moon for adventure?
Yeah, right.
I guess like you're 35 and you walked on the moon. What do? And most of them became alcoholics and drug addicted. And the reason is they forgot how to find that joy or that adventure in a smile. And so you will train yourself to be pain equals success, and success has a certain amount of value, but fuck happiness. You would literally hypnotize yourself into missing it because you weren't feeling fulfilled. And so the idea that these people keep telling you, I would tell you is true. And I'll just give my own experience. We're not the same person, but maybe it'll be instructive. I don't know. So, I don't know, maybe 10 years I found myself in a place where it's like, I love my life. Couldn't be more fulfilled than this. I have the most incredible wife. I have the most incredible kids. I want to be an athlete and make it. Behind you, I have like 6 national championship rings for different teams that I own or that I helped to coach and turn around. I'm working with the greatest athletes in the world, the greatest business people in the world. I'm having fun. I've got thoughts all over the world. There's nothing that what else could make me fulfilled. This is it. I can't be anymore. I'm not complaining. But then there's some part of me that, like you, that was hungry for more stuff. You wouldn't be asking that question unless there was part of you that wants a hunger for something called happiness, or wants something besides just duty. Or you would ask me. So, and I'm not telling you I have the answer, but I'll tell you what it was for me. It's like the same these people told you is me. I always was contributing, same as you. What the doing since very little. But I started saying, you know what I'm gonna do? I want to do some moonshots at that area. I don't want to scale businesses. Business is nothing up to 12 billion. It's like in those days, it's like 4 billion. Like, what would really get me going? And at that point, I've been feeding people since I was a kid. When I was 11 years old, we had no food on Thanksgiving. Somebody came and delivered food, changed my life. It made me believe strangers care, so I care about strangers. And I started 2 families, 4 families, I got to 1 million, 4 million. So about this point, I've been feeding people for 37 years. So I called my foundation, how many people have I fed in my lifetime? They said 42 million. I was like, wow, that's pretty awesome. But I had no association to it. I felt good about it, but I was doing it, all these different ways. I was like, there's so much pain out there. I'm gonna feed 1 billion people in the next 10 years. It took 37 years to do 42 billion. I started out by saying, well, what if I did as many people I've done in my lifetime in the next 10 years? What if I do as many people in my lifetime in 1 year? Then it's like, what if we did 100 million people in a year? What if 100 million people in 10 years and 1 billion meals right in the United States? And I got so ignited by that that it was more than it wasn't money, it wasn't business, it wasn't success, it wasn't okay, there's a system. It's like I have to rip apart. It took me 37 years to 42 million to go to 1 billion. It's gonna require me to think differently, come up with strategies, be different, and to think of 1 billion lives. That number somehow on a different level. It's kind of like Ken saying,
Do you want to have a weakness to train clients? Having worked as a psychotherapist and coach for over 20 years, if I can offer coaches 2 pieces of advice to be successful, it would be this. First, you don't need social media to create multiple 6 figures a year. Second, what's holding you back is not your niche. You don't even need one. It's actually about unlearning the beliefs you were taught about working hard and what money is. And once you heal that, you reprogram it, you're going to be able to do this.
So analytics has so much data in it. You feel it? Yeah. Okay. So what happens is, think about a relationship. Try that. Most people get in a relationship and I was telling people, the secret to relationship, 80% of having a great lasting relationship or an intimate relationship is selection. And people say, shit, why you tell me I'm married for 10 years? It's like, no. I don't think we're loose. Select to be in this relationship. So when you're in the beginning relationship, what do most people do when you're in the beginning relationship? What would they do for the other person?
Best behavior.
Light them up, light you up. There's no transaction value. You're not trying to see what you get. Like, your joy is making joy for them. Like, you give your all, you dress properly, you know, like, whatever. Yeah. But you give your best foot forward. And people get married sometimes. And after a certain number of years, they forget. And they get a person at the table who's always analyzing. So what I do, they're measuring. That's a transaction. No one wants to work a transaction into a relationship. And when you have a transaction, it's not very relationship. It's like team sport. You're climbing a mountain. Small and cheap. It's such a climbing a little bit back then. Like you can up to what you get. That's her right? But she want more. Oh, she for sure wants it. Okay, that's the worst. And it's like, that's it. When you're a different man right now, you're starting to you feel that. I'm the shit. This is you. But if you don't identify, like, think about it. The strongest force and the human personality for any human being, he doesn't have the strongest force is that they just stay consistent. The way we identify ourselves. Like, identity. It's the controlling force in your being. If you are identity says, I always find the way victory, you'll find the victory. If you're Lance Armstrong, and they say, oh, by the way, you have cancer in your brain, in your lungs, and in your testicles, because that can be a good since you ride a bike. Right? What does he say? He says, I'm flying away. What some people say their belief is, I'm going to be effective things life controls me. What makes people, by the way, miserable is when they feel events control them versus they control events. And all of this is a shift. decide what kind of person you are. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, would you use this phone from 10 years ago? Identity. Why would you use the same old identity? I'm not saying get rid of it, I'm saying let's expand it. Teach you shit. You've done everything you do. What I can offer you is conscious choice. Define anabolic habits. Okay, I'll mention it there and bring him in charge. Hypnotize yourself a long time. It's time to transcend. Transcend means end the trends. Whatever you say to yourself over and over again, you tell a lie big enough, loud enough, long enough, sooner or later people believe. You told yourself a lie, fuck happiness. No, fuck suffering. That's your gotta be. Fuck suffering. I would engage in joy. It's not my duty, it's my gift. It's my honor. It's my opportunity. It's grace that has put me in this man of my life. They all they would be met. You and I both busted our ass. We would be with that. We would also have grace in our your woman's grace in my woman's grace in that. I would say this. I got my wife with I got tens of millions of people. Makes me smile like I smile like milk. Yeah, it's true. So it's like those little shifts they said. I teach something called transformational habits and some of these things. Probably younger than much I 32. Super successful. Work with $1 billion, another very close to it. A very percent. There were 3 of us who were represented in a certain way. The whole 3 that each has money to go. We've been in negotiation. And I'm an open book, as you probably tell. And I'm open to be right, but I'm going to share whatever. society to bring us happiness.
Come on.
I'll say it. No doubt. Well, they betrayed. What did they do? They told someone else something they said they wouldn't tell. But the words escalated the emotion. Once they're there as a metaphor, words, they control us. I like every business person to notice this. I remember, decided to get a divorce when I was 39 years old. And I didn't want to divorce. I had to work with others. So I was thinking about it, but duty, all those things. Those things that really me, right? And then I remember when my friend came to me, and I was like, I don't know, I can't imagine doing this. And then what I did, I said, I'm going to give her more than half. I want to take care of her, but I just thought, my little part of starting over. He grabbed my arm and he goes, I'm going to teach you what you taught me for the last 10 years. We're not starting over that language is putting you in this place. He said, you couldn't possibly start. He said, you can take everything from me. Don't take the man you become. The knowledge you have, the skill you have, the relationships you have, all those things. But starting over was like transferring it back. When I stopped doing that, it's like, no, starting fresh. That sounds simplistic. For the last 10 years, it was starting over. Starting over. He grabbed my arm and he goes, I'm going to teach you what you taught me. I said, I'm going to give you more than half. And I was like, I just, for you, 39 years old. And I didn't want to force it for others. I was thinking about it, but duty, those things, those things that were me, right? And then I remember when my friend came to me, and I was like, I don't know. Transferring it back. I started doing that, it's like, no, starting fresh. That sounds simplistic. Linguistics change how the brain functions. And so part of yours is simple linguistics, but the other part is state. It's embolic. I'm not going to say it, but it shows up all.
Um, maybe I'll see you here in a couple of minutes in the ELM. But it was hard. There was a lot of people. Um, you were in a part of it, right? But Ati said that she liked it. Some of them said, "Oh, it's really crowded." It's yeah, but that's the point. Like, when you're in a crowded space like that, it can either feel like making you feel insignificant, but if you do it right, it feels like you're part of a party or like a festival or like you're significant. You know, like you don't feel so lonely because you can be your real self there. You know, so we hit enough of it to get that which is good. At least one people felt the same way I did. But we need to get better, a lot better. So we got a day and a half to make the improvements, but we broke the record. We broke the record for the most amount of lessons in a single hour. Because we made it, a couple of people made it to Ultra in their roles, and we had 2 people short. So if you weren't driving and Marlena didn't get an emergency phone call from her boyfriend, right, we would have had just enough time. So it was good enough to get us to the next stage. So that's what my goal is I made 20 points, 20 notes of potential improvements, and they were supposed to stay for a second hour so we could like discuss it. But everybody left. I was actually shocked by that, which means that there's resentment building because we're not paying them fast enough, even though we're trying to save their lives. We can start getting people doing the blessings for free so that they realize how lucky they are to be paid to do this, right? If you, Marlena, Michael, me, like, well, not really me, but, you know, if we all, I'm already doing it all for free, right? So if we got in there and said, yeah, you know what, this we'd be like, yeah, we made like 4,000 blessings for free, yeah, and yeah, we're in wealthy countries, but in the end, we're still struggling over here too, right? Like, you know, if we had more people doing that and setting the example, like I am, that we're making a sacrifice here with lion's way to get better results so that we don't suffer. And we're trying to enjoy the process because it's meaningful. It's real. This is a real group of people. Right? You know, like it's hard to fake going on a Hungerstrike for so long. Like, a lot of people, when you get a part of these initiatives, like, oh, this person's just trying to control me. This person is just trying to make a little bit more money to feel a little bit more important because they're depressed on the inside. You know, you've met a couple of funny business leaders, right? $20 for a minute. Not with me. I do it because I care. I want to live a meaningful life. And I learned all these lessons young. So anyway, I shouldn't leave a long message. I'm going to talk to you about it in a couple of minutes. You can come in tonight. But if you don't come in tonight, here's a little update. I'm excited. I slept all day, 2 hours of sleep last night, making 41 points of Ultra. I came up with 41 ideas last night till like 3 in the morning. 4 in the morning, actually, 4:15. So I slept all afternoon after Marlena talked to me for 3 more hours, and we got that Marine coming in for 2 hours, and it's actually I had like 7 hours of conversation today. So anyway, I haven't done a whole lot since the ELM except for catch up on a few things on Facebook. But anyway, it was good enough to get to the next stage. So we're holding on by a thread, man. Like we're holding on by a golden thread. That's what it feels like to me. You know, like any point somebody leaves, it's like it shakes the whole foundation. That's how you know you're in the beginning of the core. Right? And it's always like this. You just gotta hold on and just do your best, you know? And we're pulling it off. Like we're pulling it off. I think in 3 more meetings after this with real feedback, we'll start hitting a stride. And we might be able to get to 36 people in the next meal. That's what I'm feeling. That's how I feel. But we gotta actually do these 20 points of improvement. Because if we do the next meeting with the same result, people start to get bored and feel like, oh, it's never going to work, blah, blah, blah. So we're on this sort of like, kind of an exciting treadmill, you know what I mean? To pull this off. Oh man, it's already 5 minutes. Okay, peace. Hi, Usman. Yes, I'm here, but I need to train you more, Usman. I really do need to train you more. I love your heart, my friend. I love your heart. But your quality of work needs to improve. Okay? We're working for God here. Like, God doesn't get sloppy seconds. I'm giving it all my all. I stayed up till like 4 in the morning, and I ran in 2 hours to clean 41 ideas for the ultras. So I'm finding that I'm lacking for you in terms of training you. I think I need to spend a little more time with you, show you a bit more, get you back in the training. Okay? I still am going to pay you a solid here. I was hoping we'd give you something, right, to get him to be more honest, but I feel like that's not going to happen. So, yeah, I'm just going to give him $10. If he wants more, he can come back. And Shamalia messaged me, but I just got him. I was waiting for True Lancer to message me back because I'm not going to pay them normally. I don't want to rate them. I don't want them to rate me. And the True Lancer took a week to get back to me, but they just did today, and they said that I can pay them, and they're gonna remove the ratings or like turn off the ratings or something. It's incredible. They said that this is an exception. I said yes. We don't always have positive experiences on the first go. That's fine. They said yeah. Well, you can pay them, and everything will be fine. You can start over. So I just got that clear light on that just today. So I'm gonna be fixing things with them, and we got a little bit more funds coming, but people we pay is going to have to be good at this, right? You know what I mean? My life is at risk here. You guys will be the last people I work with if this doesn't work out. So God's brought you here for a reason, and I really want us to do something honorable, okay? Not half-assed, not lukewarm. So Rimshot did pretty good when she spoke, and the other woman I haven't met, but they didn't fill out their checklists, and they didn't do enough. But considering it was like their second meeting with you, not too bad. They kept up a little bit. But I want to show you how to train them properly, and a lot of the changes that we've made since you were a part of this, right? Like every day we're changing things like twice a day, so you're gone for like a month. So that's like 60 changes. So I move quickly. I move with the passion of the Spirit quickly and wisely. So I want to sit down with you, and I want to go through the actual steps and train you on my flocks so that you know how to pass down the wisdom to your flocks. And those people. Okay, I think there's great potential here. I really like them. I like the girls. I like you, Usman. Even when we had our little nuclear dialectic, we got through it. And I'm sure we'll get better at being through it too as we get to know each other more. But we need to improve the training. That's just the first thing is we got to get you caught up to speed, especially if we're going to be paying them. I can't keep giving other people's money, like these investors who are leading and this group. I can't be giving their money to people who don't take the process seriously, right? But Rimshot and the other woman, I think they will take it seriously as long as they learn more. And if they don't want to be on camera, because their camera's shut off halfway through, or my computer, I'm not sure if it's my computer shutting off or theirs. But I don't want to let that slide because meetings online become boring if you can't see people and see energies and all this kind of stuff. And I also want to live what Prophet Muhammad truly said in terms of how to be a good Muslim woman. And we can talk about that in Cheesy and debate it, but yeah, the meetings need to get better, and we are improving them. There's like 20 things that have to be improved. So, yeah, let me know what's on your mind. I wanted everybody to stay for a second hour. So in the next meeting, I want people to stay for 2 hours, right? So the first hour is us trying to do the rules, and the second hour is discussing ideas and taking turns and making sure the times are run properly. So we put a new woman in terms of in the executive role, and it didn't quite work out perfectly. It's hard on her. So we're going to put a more experienced executor in that role, Esther, and she's the best. So she really is great. But yes, I don't want you to lose these Muslim women or the ones that you want to bring on, and we gotta get the expectations clear of the system. And I'm mapping up the new system now. There's 6 rules, and they're a little bit confusing for people. So I'm going to be working on this for the next day and a half so that by the next meeting, we'll have a little bit more training, okay? But just keep coming and grinding through and getting into microbase. At least know how the timers work. And knowing how to do the default itinerary and the speech, okay? And they'll start to feel that there's something happening, right? There's something it's feeling mechanical and dead right now, but that's because nobody's trained. They're all in the dead culture. So we have to shake that off a little bit and get them into the rhythm of God, like into the true God's government of what it feels like to be in a big meeting with people, yet feeling significant and like what you're contributing is high quality, it's honorable, it's blessed, it's beautiful, right? We gotta get to that level. And our culture is not there. Our culture is descending, Usman. Robots are taking over literally everything. We're in Armageddon if we do not turn this ship around and bring God to Earth's kingdom come. Okay, we are declining. It's going to get harder and harder to do this work as our lives collapse. So the company that you're working for has good people in it. We need to get them going quickly. If you know the owners, we can show them the system and can say, can you supercharge this with us? If they want to make a deal with God's government, right? They have to be ethical and they have to be willing to give and take a risk and not just be greedy or gluttonous or profiteering, right? And if they can come on a hunger strike with me and demonstrate that they have the emotional resolve and they're not impulsive and they're in the world but not of the world, I want to work with people like that. Okay, in the beginning, we'll work with everybody eventually because we've taken the vow of unabandonment for everybody. Everybody's in the image of God. Pitra, as you know, in Islam. But we have to get people back into that spirit and acting from that place. Consciously, not just at the soul level. Okay? So that's my little feedback to you. I want to get ideas from you guys thinking and not just mechanically doing, and no multitasking in that hour. You can sense that you're multitasking, Usman, right? That's a sacred hour. Sacred. Okay? So let's keep practicing, but let me know your concerns. Let me know if they have concerns, and let's get the training improved. And it's going to be a little bit slow mechanical at first because the way we built the blocks, the training has to go down and improve, and then we get the feedback and it comes back up. So we're kind of training each other. It's like a circle instead of a hierarchy only. Okay, so a bit of feedback for you, but I'm excited. Okay, let me know what problems you think there are. I'm going to clarify the payment schedules and all this kind of stuff. And I'm going to tell you what exactly you have to do to get $30 in, in 5 ultras or whatever it is. I'm going to try and make it very clear so that everybody understands exactly how to make the money so they know where to put their energy. That's coming, okay? So just give me a bit. There's a lot to do. It's exciting. So let me know. Okay, peace. All right. I'm still not cooking. This is not good. Yeah, keep me out of my own meeting. Jeez. All right, let's continue here. See if anybody comes in tonight.
So all you gotta do is say it's time for anabolic Alex here, and then a moonshot that's gonna wake you up and then get emotionally social. Like if I just provided all this, when I first met people, I would build her in a t-shirt and jeans, not so they acknowledge me, but so I could see and feel the impact as opposed to I wrote a check, I did some good work, or they did it. The more connected you are, and then once you get to that, like people say, well, time doesn't get oral. People come to you 10, 15 times a day and tell you you changed my life. No, it's one of the things I enjoy the most besides my family. But it's because I train myself to that. Is that helpful?
Yes. From the
Training. Yeah, oh, guys. That's it. That's it. There's no blocks again. But you go back to break. It's not that. You can press for a break. That's him too. But let's start. Let's try banana ball guys.
so in order to
But you go back to break. It's not that. You can press for a break. That's him too. But let's start. Let's try banana ball guys.
so in order to create the emotional connection, because that is like the thing that I've struggled most from, but I think it's made me disproportionately successful from a business perspective because I can make it close, right? But I remember the first time I wrote $1 million check, the multiple $1 million checks I struggled the most from, but I think it's made me disproportionately successful from a business perspective because I can make it close, right? But I remember the first time I wrote $1 million check, the multiple $1 million checks to charities, and I was just like, okay, I feel like $1 million for it. That's about it.
Because you're not emotionally associated anymore.
Zero. But I did the tours at the school, and I was like, okay, I feel like $1 million for it. That's about it.
Because you're not emotionally associated anymore.
Zero. But I did the tours at the school, and I was like, I'm glad that this all,
the thing. Just contribution for contribution is not what I'm talking about.
And this is where I wanted to get. So my last little word of the ones we've heard most of them was opportunity.
Yes.
And so I think the question that I have is, you have the last little word of the ones we've heard most of them was opportunity.
Yes.
And so I think the question that I have is, you have unlimited opportunities.
Yeah.
More opportunities than you can sink your teeth into.
Yeah.
How do you go through opportunity selection and balancing your kind of achievement brain outcomes and your philanthropic impact feeding families outcomes?
I look at opportunities first for business perspective.
Yeah.
I look at opportunities first to see, do I have passion for what it's about? Is it something that I can do for free if I think it's really successful? That it felt fulfilling, it's worth doing. Like, is there a mission line? Is it selling widgets? I have no interest. Right? Second thing I look for is, who are the people? I want people I'm going to enjoy being with. I enjoy being with you. It's my, this conversation sounded like I would begin ending out where anabolic Alex. I think I want to bring something anabolic Alex. So, second thing I look for is, who are the people? I want people I'm going to enjoy being with. I enjoy being with you in spite of this conversation sounding like I would begin ending out where anabolic Alex. I think I want to bring something anabolic Alex. So I'm trying to make sure that if I was doing this, I make sure this guy was present, right? But I look at the people and I look at their heart and soul, what's driving them, and I also look at their skill. They need both, right? So if someone's got a track record of since negotiating with me right now on a really large project, and if the project made no money, I would probably do the project as long as I organize it so I can have the kind of reward for my time and my energy. Because the project has such reach, global reach, on a very deep level. I'm very connected to it. And this person's built a business up to $2 million, so they got a great track record. It's not me carrying it all. But together, 1 + 1 could equal 5, not 2. So a deal like that gets my attention. because most of the money I make, I give away at this stage of life anyway, right? It's like there's, I'm not hurt for any capital, and there's no toy that I'm looking for, and it never drove me anyway. So for me, it's like, if it's got enough juice in it, here, the people who enjoy being with, and it's got enough juice in terms of the impact, and then this track record of the person likely to help get there, so it's all in my back. The two of us are adding some value together, it's got to have value. And it's like, let's rock this thing, let's make it happen, let's have some fun. So, let's have some fun, not let's do the duty, right? It's like, I'm going to learn, we're going to grow, we're going to expand into things, we're going to touch lives, we're going to these things, so those are my core criteria. And I don't know what's right. But one thing I will tell you that I've done in business is I've made some poor choices in the early days of business partners. Everybody's selling when you're running a business partnership, right? And it's like going on a date, so it's like you get sold. The question is not, can they do the job, will they do the job go long term? Is the right team fit? Like, they're deeper questions. But I now, when I have so many business deals, the first thing I do early on, just had this happen recently, somebody's they put on a large power plant. What power plant? Big burning hydrogen. It's in West Virginia. Yeah, so it's a great project. But I had some people involved that should have been involved, and so I had some good people come on board. And what I do now is I go, they sold me, I was actually liking them, I thought the vision was great, they seemed to have a track record, everything seemed lined up. And I said, look, what I always do in any new partnership is I have everybody check me out legally. I want you to check out everything online, hire a private detective if you want, know everything about me, and you can ask me any question you want. But I want to do the same with you, because that's how I know when I'm starting. Nothing I hear or I take is true. It's not true. I'll bring it to you and discuss it. And then you and I can tell, most people have learned, bullshit meters, right? We can tell it's bullshit. That's a perfect example. This guy, we had a deal with, 10 figures plus, looked really good. Ghosted us. Just ghosted us. Because I had covered 3 or 4 things he'd done that were not great. I was like, I just saved myself 3 to 5 years of pain. So I do believe in the practical side. But I'm not even interested in going there unless I can first find these pieces, and unless I believe already, but I can get fooled, right?
There's no better platform than Shopify for first.
Holy smokes, the advertisement. You guys, why are you sucking this for?
Can be a little bit scary, but
So, I have one last question for you, which is the most selfish of all my questions. So, you were 36 years old. You have built businesses, and the skill set that you are most proud of is that you're good at helping business owners.
Yeah.
The only thing I feel emotional connection to is teaching young men how to provide for themselves and their families. That's the only thing that actually, because I know that.
Yes.
That's the only thing.
Makes sense.
And to me, I've built a lot of businesses and all that stuff basically around that. But I still don't feel like that massive emotional drive. That being said, what would you have played differently from your 36-year-old self to current that you could kind of pass on to me? That basically, what can I change about my behavior to maximize my enjoyment and size of it?
So you can enjoy the priority that you want. You've always got your priorities. You're an overachiever. But there's 2 skills in life. There's the science of achievement, which you're unbelievably great at, and there's the art of fulfillment, which you're not so great at. By your description. And those are 2 skills in life. There's the science of achievement, which you're unbelievably great at, and there's the art of fulfillment, which you're not so great at. By your description. And by the way, notice the language difference. The science of achievement is a science. Like you and I both know, if you want to make money, there's a science to it. If you want to fulfill, though, that's as unique as every human being you're going to meet. And so you haven't found that piece. Now you gave some clues along the way. Like, why am I so interested in people? So I'm such a good person? No, because I suffered. Right? So I want other people to suffer. So I started out of that. But now it's not out of suffering, it's out of joy. You get started out of the pain, passion does.
Yeah.
You don't stay in the pain, right? You could have stayed in the pain, even though you're not asking.
Yeah.
But what you just said is, well, a clue for me is that's the one place I can start to get close associated to it. I know what it takes to do that. And I know what it feels like to go take care of my family. I know the contrast, right? So I would take a look at that and expanding it, but I try to find a way to do it where I had a moonshot. Something that's right now, I'm not trying to
That.
What's that?
The moonshot.
Exactly. And that's what I said to you earlier. I'm not saying you should go feed me.
Yeah.
Or writing those checks. The problem with those checks is you don't give a shit.
Yeah. It's
So
true.
you feel poor, and then you might feel bad about yourself for doing it. I'm supposed to do good stuff. Why don't I feel that much about good stuff? Because it's not your passion.
I was like, I selfishly wrote these checks so that I would feel good, and now I still don't feel good, and I'm $2 million poor. They're like, but I shouldn't feel bad about doing good, and that's just the whole thing.
By the way, so question.
Yeah.
Your heart was having that source.
Yeah.
So analytical. But by the way, did you laugh about it now? It's
Not doing good. It's the whole thing.
By the way, so question.
Yeah.
Your heart was having that source.
Yeah.
So analytical. But by the way, as you laugh about it now, who's in charge right now? That little shit, but sounds like nothing else. Nothing else you heard me say. You play with that just a little bit in your life. Came to the table. But if you come up with a moonshot, can you take it back? Like I'm gonna help 10 million young men who right now think they can't buy a home, they can't do it. Most young people here have been sold this bullshit bill of goods. Inflation's 3%. You know, I got 24 million at 4 million. And it's like, that's the catastrophizing analytical side. That's assuming that you're not going to have any growth in your assets. And also, when you're 86, you'll come out 50 years from now, you really think you're going to spend the same money. But now they're going to be buying. You already own multiple homes. You already have most of them all grown in value. So most young people, they are not involved with free enterprise, as you know. And so that's why they want communism. Because they've never been there. I was in the USSR when I was 23 years old. Yeah, they've all grown in value. So most young people, they are not involved with free enterprise, as you know. And so that's why they want communism. Because they've never been there. I was in the USSR when I was 23 years old. And I took a train from Moscow to Siberia with a group of scientists that brought me to the firewall, things like that by their government. And I spent 2 weeks there. Made me a capitalist. Because every study we did, there was the same thing in every city. There was a central place for the see people literally, the first one I have around multiple times we have around waiting in the freezing cold for half a loaf of bread and milk. Right? It's bullshit. But kids today are thinking, oh, it means free bus, free childcare, free. They don't understand there's no such thing as no free lunch. What life needs you to do is you build a free enterprise system and you're not an owner. You're going to be in pain. You know that. You build businesses. And like I tell kids sometimes, I'm like, here's what I understand. Since I'm living at home, you're 19, and you only invest in doing all this. You know nothing about investing. And you stop investing when you're 27. You only put $20,000 in. At 65, you got $1.8 million. God forbid you keep investing, right? But the numbers get bigger. You look at people today.
You always wondered why that app didn't exist.
Oh man.
Meet Replit agent. Want a custom workout plan? Make an app for that. Have a great idea at 2 a.m.? Make an app for that. Need to run an analysis? Or learn with your kids? Make an app for that too. This isn't just making apps. This is your imagination.
Wow. They're really kicking me out in here.
Since 2007, I looked it up just the other day, and I actually made a chart to show a kid. And he's telling me about, there's no way you can succeed. I said, okay, you've had an iPhone since the age of 19 years. It's now, you spent 20 times to the exact dollar amounts for each one. And what the stock was at the same rate, you would have bought the stock versus the iPhone or just managed it. $22,000 you spent over time. Or $26,000 you had. I'm not saying $26,000, but something like that. Whatever the fuck you're up. And then when you see those kids, you see the scale of that. You see them taking care of the families, taking care of some worries about that. I don't think I'll be able to. What you write the checks for?
Kids after school care.
Okay? And you don't know any kids. So you have no association whatsoever. Right? Okay? It's like shit. But and I'm not saying let a chick understand, go make this happen. Like, go, you've been so much media for something there. And you found the thread.
Yeah.
And for me, I wrote, I wrote 4 books of finance. I never expected to do it. You know what I wrote? Because I got pissed off in 2008. I coached Paul Tudor Jones for 1% a day, you need 100%. But then it was like the moon. You went to the moon, and what do? And he broke his leg, and he dropped, so I had to turn around and live in France and live with him all those years. I learned so much from him. But when we got to 2008, and I don't know if your viewers are around, it was much more brutal in some ways than 2020, and that COVID, because COVID they gave people money, but no money then, right? And I remember being so angry because I knew a small number of people basically almost destroyed the entire economic system, and then I thought they were going to be punished, and we gave them more money.
So that they could have more money they could use.
Yeah, that's right, exactly right. So I was incensed. So out of that anger, I said, I don't want the answers, but I want them to have access. So I'm in
Oh, God. Look at all these advertisements.
That journey never stopped then. I was like, how do I help people accelerate? Like, I look around today and I see so many people that don't feel like have a compelling plan to the future. That's why I started the crowd. That's my heart. Pardon me? That's my okay, well, so my approach to that, I'm going to try to see if we can this thing, my financial future. That's why I started the crowd. That's my heart. Pardon me? That's my heart. Okay, well, me too. So my approach to that, I'm going to try to see if we can do this thing, something I'm teaching you how. So I look around and go, like, for the last 39 years, every single stock market in the world, which is where most people put their money besides real estate, right? If it's their own home, it just barely beats inflation, right? Every stock market is beat by private equity. Besides real estate, right? If it's their own home, it just barely beats inflation, right? Every stock market is beat by private equity. By average private equity. So I interviewed the top 13 guys in the world, right? Well, those are 13 guys in the world, smart to interview them, but how do you get money in there, right? This is like trying to buy an SP3 Ferrari, right? Go get one, they're all pretty small, $3 million, right? Yes. But if you have one interview, know the right person, so I got into some of those full funds, this, Robert Smith is, he's a genius, he's got $100 billion fund. He's averaged 26% compounded per year for 25 years. It's like, it's unheard of, right? No people, but you can't get in, or you might get in, I got in, but it got such a little set. I'll take $100,000. But okay, so let's look at it. It's like, it's unheard of, right? No people, but you can't get in, or you might get in, I got in, but it got such a little set. I'll take $100,000. Okay, so let's check it. That's the last 39 years. I remember I met this teacher named Jim Brown. He said, Tony, the secret of life is you have to learn how to add more value. You have to learn how to do more than others than anybody else. And there's always a niche where you can learn to be more, do more, create more, where you can become more valuable. And if you learn to do that, the sky is the limit. I gotta tell you, he started me on a journey where he woke up my hunger. I'm gonna be more, to do more, to create more. I'm not separate. And I couldn't even manage one little company. I couldn't even do $500 million in sales. Today, I have 114 companies. I do over $12 billion in business. I have the privilege of having worked with some of the greatest athletes on the face of the earth, some of the greatest entrepreneurs in history, most incredible folks like CEOs, kids, parents. If you put your money in the S&P 500, it's average 9%. So if you put $1 million in there, at the end of this time, you have 28.6 million. It's 100,000 would be 2.86 million. But if you put in an average private equity, speak every stock market in the world, average private equity, the guys I'm talking about, average private equity is averaged 15.7% per year around the world. 75% higher per year compounded year after year. You put in that same $1 million, instead of 28 million, you have 293 million. 10x. Okay, forget your 3% next. I was thinking 100,000. Instead of 28 million, 29 million. Same time. Passive investor. But you think the next thing I say is starting to manage very 20 when you can't get access. So that's why I believe too. Like finances, small business. And then I got when I started this business, I was telling my frustration about I want to get things slipped. Instead of changing life, I want to get better. Tony. I want to tell you my brother, the majority of my money is a very sophisticated business. And I said, look down and leave it on this one, right? He goes, there's a company in Houston, Texas. And Houston, Texas, I think it's Singapore, but New York. He goes, off the beaten path, there's bastards up the unbelievable. He said, you You know, there's Tribeca. So of course he goes, what happens in New York? He goes, off the beaten path, there's bastards that we believe. He said, you know, there's Tribeca. So of course he goes, what happens instead of buying the fund and finding a small piece? You could own the company that owns all the funds and make the 2 and 20 yourself, side by side with the others.
Yeah.
So to do that, he goes, there's only 2 companies in the world that do it. These guys are, you could own the company that owns all the funds and make the 2 and 20 yourself, side by side with the others.
Yeah.
So Megacrisis, of course, he goes, what if instead of buying the fund and finding a small piece, you could own the company that owns all the funds and make the 2 and 20 yourself, side by side with the others.
Yeah.
So to do that,
All right. Well, I'm not gonna be good tonight. Oh my gosh, I'm cleaning my kitchen. Okay, we are getting rid of this. This is insane. Um,
I got a little slice of this, right? I'm getting the 2 and 20. So I have 95 of those companies now that have a piece. It is nothing but a cash machine out of those dreams. They get to work with the smartest people in the world. They're working all night. I'm right beside them working, not working on getting those pieces, right? And then I'm sending the sports seats. I work forever to get wait for sports seat. LAFC, you gotta go through it every day looking. The microscope through every part of your body. It's just ridiculous, right? The rules have changed recently. And now, if you have private equity and the owners don't own other sports teams, there's some technicalities with it.
Do you want to have a wait list to dream clients?
holy! Can you believe this?
20 years.
There's a small percentage of the buy, so I own a part of the Dodgers. When I was growing up, I couldn't be in right field. I couldn't afford a ticket, right? The Dodgers, I own the Golden State Warriors. I own the Pittsburgh Penguins. I own Aston Martin's F1. And a piece of all these businesses, all through our business. Then I became partners in the grow that business. I met him, it was 1.8 billion. That was 4 years ago. Now we're 11 billion just in AUM in that business. So the opportunity to grow is insane. But here's the problem. You gotta be an accredited investor, but you gotta believe in their net worth or qualified purchaser 5 million. So you're young people go, I can't do that. I wrote this book because I found out it just passed 3 weeks ago. The House just passed the rule. Why should the richest people in the world, the only people get access to the most effective investments, so it could be right? You gotta diversify, but you gotta have a significant portfolio if you get this kind of 10 times return. And so they were smart because, like they say, well, you're not sophisticated. Well, some people have $1 million, but they inherited it. They're not sophisticated, or they're a good business person, but they're not a good investor. So a group of people, those arguments, it wasn't me. Finally got resolved. 3 weeks ago, they passed the law. Now the Senate will pick it up in April. And what it says is, you don't have to be a great investor to get access anymore. All you gotta do is take a test. They're working on what the test is. That's it. You take the test, and then you can put your money in the same kind of returns to the richest people in the world. And in that case, you can own these those businesses. So when you're going to show people how to own business, the only challenge with own business is, you and I both know if there's any law of finance that everybody knows but very few people practice, it's asset allocation, right? You don't put all your eggs in one basket. So most people don't have the eggs in their business because they feel more control, and then there's a COVID that happens, right? So you got to, I would tell you, you need 2 businesses. The one you're in, the one you're building, but also that business plus an investment business, where it's growing. So if anything happens here, they're taken care of here, and if they both win, you get there faster than ever can go. But you got a business plus an investment business, where it's growing. So if anything happens here, they're taken care of here, and if they both win, you get there faster than ever can go. Which business plus an investment business, where it's growing. So if anything happens here, they're taken care of here, and if they both win, you get there faster than ever can go. But you got to know where to put your assets, and this is just part of that process. But for you, it's like I know what my passion is. I don't even feel my passion. I don't tell everybody about it. It's like I don't give a shit about making money, and it's like, and of course I make money too. It's like, so what? You got to find out with this piece. What are you thinking? But you got to tell me right now. I'm not talking to that little guy. Come back. I saw your eyes. The analog guy, what would he say? I'm going to crush something. It's going to feel so good. I'm going to feel so much joy. I'm going to do X for this many young men. And it's going to be part of who I am, my legacy, what I'm going to live, what I'm going to enjoy. I'm not someday.
To answer the question, I think back to what was the big moment for me. Like, what was the moment where, like, it well felt achievable?
Yes.
So for me, it was $100,000 in my bank account.
Okay.
That was the moment. I wrote about it in my book. Layla and I were at the kitchen counter. And it's years and years. Yeah. And it was to the state of riches I've ever felt. And I think it's because it's the largest relative change in wealth I've ever experienced. Because you go from $1 to 100,000, you get 100,000x. And you can't 100,000x 100,000 takes a lot longer than. And that was.
Once you get 100,000, your brain expands, right?
Yeah, you see what's possible. And so I think it was the first time that I was able to go out of survival. And I remember I looked at Layla and I said, we can fuck on for 3.5 years. That's what we can and she's like, yeah, this guy's a winner. Really? All 100 grand for the both of us for 3.5 years? Gee, you know, this is after she picked me up from jail for getting a DUI. That's why she's.
That's awesome.
But that moment, then like all the other milestones after that, that was the one. And so I think because that one milestone is huge.
It changes your identity.
Yes, it does. It changes your whole viewpoint of the world. To your point about the capitalist system.
Yeah.
It's like that is big enough change where you believe in capitalism.
That's right.
And I think that is yes, it does. It changes your whole viewpoint of the world. To your point about the capitalist system.
Yeah.
It's like that is big enough change where you believe in capitalism.
That's right.
And I think that is yes, it does. It changes your whole viewpoint of the world. To your point about the capitalist system.
Yeah.
It's like that is big enough change where you believe in capitalism.
That's right.
And I think that is a quantifiable goal that I am personally connected to.
I'm listening and preparing. How are you doing?
Now I'm hearing what?
Yeah, I'm just preparing for things. How are you doing?
I'm just working in, I don't know, now,
Okay.
which is weird. But yeah, the things actually ended up in solution with Gray, at least somewhat. We haven't like gone through and solved contradictions, but he basically he did what he does sometimes, where he doesn't fully read all my messages, and then gets mad because he perceives my tone of the flat text on the screen to be aggressive when it's not aggressive. But that it's a common occurrence whenever we text that miscommunication is more likely to happen because he or I, actually both of us, misperceive as the text as aggressive when it's not. But he came back at the end of the night and like hugged and apologized and was like, "There's no love lost. Like, sorry for everything. I was just really frustrated because I needed space and like, yeah." Or he was just like really frustrated and like, yeah. But he apologized for everything and that he read through more, and then I kind of bragged on him for doing that, for not reading everything and getting mad, and assuming that I'm aggressive, and then he's like, "Yeah, you're just like trying to figure things out, just literally say how we can like solve things and fit our lives together, or like if that's a good idea, how that would work out," sort of thing. So yeah, we'll see where it goes, but he's gonna be, the ice storm starts tomorrow, and he's gonna be at his baby mama's house, I guess, with the kids, and there's a very high chance that the ice storm will like cause people to be stuck in their home for a while, sort of thing. So we're not seeing for a minute, but yeah, I guess he needed space because he saw my depression and got overwhelmed by it instead of like
Very rare. Holding on by a thread, but that's all you need sometimes is a golden thread. Miracles happen. And I'm recognizing that that is what's happening. All right. Okay. I'm going to try and do 3 things tonight. I'm going to wash my stove, clean my counter, prepare for the meal. When I clean my kitchen, then my mind starts preparing. Cooking these meals, I put a lot of effort into them. They've turned into a big thing because I'm honoring these countries, right? Showing them that God's government really is super sensuous, really can embrace all the cultures to the level that they feel honored, not just a half-assed political effort to curry favor, but to really have people feel significant in the essence of the logic, the universal logic of the sensuousness, the difference, the diversity. Clean the kitchen, clean my stove, my cooking environment. I'm going to try and look over my 20 ideas and make an announcement tonight that we beat our all-time record to the crew to excite them to come to the next ultra. And I'm going to try and read some more Hegel and divine literature tonight before bed. Then I'm going to wake up in the morning, have another ELM. Tomorrow's Saturday, so I'm going to cook the meal in the morning when I have energy. Or I might take a nap and then cook it. Talk to my niece and nephew if I have time. And then prepare for the next ultra. I have to reset this stream now.
Changes your whole viewpoint of the world. You're like the capitalist system. Is that like that is big enough change where you believe in capitalism? That's right. And I think that is a quantifiable goal that I am personally connected to that I would love to help to live. That's great. I love that. If I can help with it, count on me. I'm in to help you in any way I can there. I'll give you an education material, anything that you want to add to it, you're welcome to add to it. I'll give it for free. But that's exciting. And I love the way you did that. You went back to a moment where you knew what it was for you. Yeah. So that's where the passion comes from. Yeah. And by the way, that wasn't pain. Yeah. That passion was an excitement that you felt. Yeah. So I know the word passion literally comes from pain. I know that too. And sometimes we get caught up on the original definition versus how we can live it. Right? But I love this idea. If you did that, how many people, does it matter how many, but one person alone feels amazing when you do that, but is there a number that in your mind would say like, this would be like insanely fun, insanely great? I think I would look at the generation, so it'd be like, it's not like better than Gen Z. Perfect. And then I'm like, that sounds like a good start. But what would be, well, that's a lot of kids. What's the first target though? It's just like, it's like I need a billion to the 100 billion, right? You know? You want a reasonable goal, but you need a timeline. So what would be our 36-month goal? Or 24-month goal? That would be unreasonable, but would get you up to keep you up late. 100,000 men at 100,000 is $1 billion in actual bank account wealth, and that sounds like a nice round number. Yeah, that would be unreasonable, but would get you up to keep you up late. 100,000 men at 100,000 is $1 billion in actual bank account wealth, and that sounds like a nice round number. Yeah.
like a nice round number. Help 100,000 dead.
Hit 100,000.
Hit 100,000.
Yeah.
And feel the way you felt on that day.
Yeah.
That's nice. And then the second lesson you can teach them along the way
Yeah.
is how to keep it moving.
Yeah. So Tony, you have an event coming up. Do you want to tell everyone about it?
Yeah, it's called the Time to Rise Summit. It started when I first did when COVID happened, because I got the governor calling me in California saying, you know, that place you're going to put 15,000, 14,000 people, you put 100 people in because of COVID. And then I tried to move to Vegas. They shut down Vegas and Texas. And so I built a studio. Anyway, long story short, I said, people are trapped at home. They're depressed. They're frustrated. I want to make a big difference. How can I do that? Well, I'll take away the two things they're worried about. No time. They don't have to travel. And no money. And so I did it for free. I've done it now every year for 5 years. And I didn't do like 2 hours. I did 3 days. But I made it chunkable, 3 hours a day, like going to a great movie and like changing your life. And instead of new year, new life, and setting some goals that by the end of January they're not done,
Yeah.
we help you figure out what you want, increase your energy, like we're talking about here, because without that it doesn't change.
Yeah.
Shift your mindset, figure out what you want, figure out what the plan is, figure out what's getting in the way. And over 3 days, and you become part of a community of about 1 million plus people from 193 countries that participate. And it's coming up January 29th to the 31st. And it's 2 p.m. Eastern. The people do it from all time zones around the world. Again, no charge whatsoever. You can do it from your home, you can do it from your office. I want to do it with someone. And they go to timetoRiseSummit.com. No charge. Get yourself enrolled and I look forward to serving you.
Thank you so much, Tony.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
If you are a business owner wanting to scale your business, the thing you're probably missing isn't better salespeople.
story about why it didn't work, and very few people have the actual results. The answer is you need to tap into this consistent system that gets you to act consistent. How have we done that throughout history? Well, if you look at history, most people did it through some form of mentorship. If you were going to go for a master, you were going to get that, but you didn't get extraordinary results and have them last. What did you do? You found a mentor, you found a coach. Well, today, human beings learn the same way. You learn by
I don't know. Yeah, it's almost like I know those feelings.
finish that thought, unleaving way.
Well, it's almost like I feel like I know those feelings of not feeling good about myself so well that I would be. I don't want to leave them alone because we always had each other. It was like if I leave them, you know.
Have you ever had
If I
friends?
leave them, I won't. I don't know. Does that make sense though?
Yeah, it does. You won't what?
If I leave them, I'll just be letting them down, and they're not even real, but they're. It's a part of me, some part of me inside of me I can't even access. They're like his brothers.
That's right, they're your home.
Yeah.
And by the way, I really appreciate you being so vulnerable because people watching here have seen that. Allow that to be vulnerable because you're
Yeah.
vulnerable with that. It's because you're funny as shit, but to be able to be that vulnerable is beautiful. But let me just tell you something. Those are not your friends.
Yeah.
You know, and you're not going to abandon those parts of yourself. You're going to find these other parts of yourself that need to be in charge. It's not to say that you can't have negative emotions or fears or feelings. The ones that don't support you, you got to break that pattern. The way you break the pattern first is you start to see, you get a new experience. If I get you an experience where you feel like you actually felt proud of yourself without those feelings, and there was no sense of loss, and I did that with you for days and days, you'll never go back.
Wow.
But your brain will go, I'm not going back to that bullshit. Those weren't my friends. It'd be like, you know, it's like having a friend that beats the shit out of you every single day, and it's like letting them down if I want to beat the shit out of you. And it's like, oh no, I only got to be there for it because I got to be there to beat the shit out of you. That's pretty much what it's
Here, dude, you're like, damn, here we go again.
And so then what happens though is the reason you went through antidepressants is it's so overwhelming that numbing at least feels less. I'd rather see you cry and feel pain, but I don't want you to feel pain as a brother.
Yeah, no, I'm grateful to feel it. I want it out of my
That's
system.
right.
Yeah.
But the next step for you is drawing a line in the sand of how you really want to feel. So I'll have people in the bed write down, I give them like a minute. I go, draw a line in the middle. Write down on the left side all the positive emotions you feel in an average week. Not once a year, not once a month. Once you regularly feel, whatever good feel.
The average emotions in a positive week.
Positive. So what are some ones you feel in a week?
In a week. I
At
feel
least once a week.
okay. For any emotion,
Positive. Start with positive.
positive, hopeful,
Okay.
thankful,
Yeah.
loving,
Yeah.
and maybe some pride.
Good. And so the pride is sneaking in. Now, that's not ego pride. That's pride of like you're growing.
Well, I'm learning about pride. I mean, it's like I said, it's really hard for me to feel proud of myself.
Just stop saying that. Because every time you say that, you're rewiring it back in your body over and over. It's a story. It's like there's an old phrase that says, tell a lie big enough, tell a lie big enough, loud enough and long enough, sooner or later people believe it. You ever said that? Never.
Oh, I think they say Fauci.
We'll say different. We're aligned on that one.
You're a quicker thinker than I am. But no, so yeah, we hear what we're saying.
But
Yeah.
the conversation you've said with yourself, how many times do you think you've said that?
Said what?
That, you know, it's hard for me.
I say it a lot. Yeah, it's because I think it's like having a new story for myself. You know, part of me still there's a heavy bit. Even to my whole new story, having a new story,
Yeah.
even having some success in my life. It's almost like some of it feels embarrassing. You know.
And some people feel like, you know, the word people use is imposter syndrome. It's all bullshit. It's just fear that you're not enough. We all have that fear, brother.
Yeah.
You know, I feel that at times. I don't feel much now. But I'm 63 years old and I've done a shitload of things for 40 years, you know.
You build enough pattern.
Yeah, I built up new patterns. It's like a muscle. You know, everybody's got the muscle. If you use it, it grows. If you don't use it, you lose it, right? It doesn't ever disappear, though. It just looks like it's not there. But if you demand it, you push it beyond what it's comfortable with. And that's what you're doing right now. You're pushing beyond your comfort. You were settling for comfort to try to survive. Now you're like, F that. I want more out of this life. You know, I'm not going to settle for that shit. But then you keep telling yourself the old story. So change your story, change your life. It sounds overly simplistic, but it's true.
No, I love it. I appreciate you saying it. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of this chat has been about that. And then
But look at the positive emotions you wrote down. Sorry, you just told me verbally, right? So you're hopeful. Are you playful or funny, or what would be your term around that party? Because I didn't hear that party. I know it was there.
No, I feel like that part of me became such my work that I haven't had as much free time to be that as I
Oh,
would like.
on your own. Okay, cool. Well, so those are the positives. What are the negatives you feel in an average week? At least once a week, not once a month, once a year. What are the negative emotions you feel?
Ugly. I feel incapable, angry. And I feel disappointing.
Okay. So, which of those emotions is most powerful for you? Positive list or the negative list?
To believe something, stake your life on it. The worst of all things will come your way. Face that and prevail.
The negative list is more powerful.
And that's true for most people. Watch this. What's an emotion that if it became the dominant emotion in your life, one or two, it would get rid of those negatives, like they wouldn't have any power over you? What would be an emotion state? Would it be like courage? Or would it be playfulness? Or would it be, let's say, joy? Or would it be gratitude?
Nope.
More gratitude? What would be an emotion that's so strong that it would get rid of the disappointment?
Probably love, you know.
No, that's your core, brother. I didn't hear you say that on the first one. That's all you really want. It's probably why you do this podcast. Probably why you make people laugh. Me too, by the way. The only reason I do it is I love people and love to see people happy because I was so unhappy myself when I got out of it. So I was so grateful. It's like I don't. It's like I feed 100 million people a year.
That's why you're here.
I've done 1 billion meals in the last 8 years.
That's how much McDonald's did. And it was free. They're pretty cheap at McDonald's.
But I did it not because I'm a good person. I did it because I grew up and I had no money and no food. When I was 11, somebody came and fed us on Thanksgiving, and I was like, that made me believe strangers care. Strangers care about me, and I care about strangers. So I fell in love with people, and I want to make people feel happy. And I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like to be absolutely depressed and miserable and saying, do I even need to stick around and stuff, right? So I don't want anybody else to feel that. So it drove me to find answers, not just for me. Once I found out for me, I wanted to help as many people as I can. Why do I want to do it? Because I love love. Because when you help people that much, I mean, I just love my life is great. Because I get stopped on the street every day, and people will come up and say, "Oh, I like the show or something. Come up and change my life. Oh my God, I love you, Tony Robbins." And I always say, "No, I didn't do it. You did it. I'm glad I helped. But I love the love that comes from it."
Yeah.
So we all really want love, but we're afraid we're not enough. And you, my friend, you are rolling like weed right now because you're doing things most people never get out of. And I'm not blowing smoke your way. I'm not a bullshit.
No, I don't feel that, man. I appreciate you saying it. Yeah.
It's the truth.
It's been
But you gotta notice your progress, and you gotta stack the good, and then you gotta stop the old story. And the minute you start to say that, bullshit, that's an old story. It's not true anymore.
Yeah, I think a part of me is afraid that I'm going to leave a part of me. Like, if I be successful.
So let's investigate that for a second.
Like, if I be successful, I'm going to leave a part of me.
Well, then you're effed right now because you're already successful. You got, I don't know how many millions of people I'm sure that watch your podcast. You make people laugh all over the world.
Yeah.
You have people that
I'm embarrassed sometimes.
But all those emotions are old habits. They're just habits. So I understand that. And by the way, when you feel embarrassed or you feel these negative emotions,
Yeah.
it also makes you feel for yourself for a little bit. So that's the other part you might be afraid of. Like some people take care of their well, like for some, I don't know if this is you. Some people are so busy trying to make everybody else happy all the time. They don't take care of themselves unless it's a big ass problem. And then for the first time, even if it's a negative feel, at least I'm feeling for myself. I'm feeling for me, and that might be what you're afraid of losing. Let's try it for a second. What if I told you you could go back and feel like shit as much as you want and never stop? But you don't have to have that be the predominant emotion of your life. That you just need to beat yourself up or be ashamed or not be too happy. And it's an old story that got wired a long time ago and has nothing to do with who you really are. But when you keep telling yourself, it's like my friend, I need to take care of him, I'm going to lose a part of myself. No, you'll never lose that part. There's a part of me that would be a victim very easily. I was beat as a child. My mom was a beautiful woman. I'm not denigrating her. When she put alcohol together with prescription drugs, she was crazy. And I was 5'1" in high school, believe it or not. I'm 6'7" now. I tell people the difference. I tell people the difference is personal growth. I had a tumor in my brain that made me grow. But I was this little guy, and she would slam my head against that sheet and put liquid soap down my throat. She said I was lying and I wasn't lying. And when the person you love most is trying to hurt you, you can do a number on your head. But I look back now. Fortunately, I didn't let that stop me. And I didn't settle for that. I struggled for a long time. I look back and I'm like, honestly tell you, if she was the mother, I'd hold shit in. Like, if I was well fed, you really think I'd be trying to feed it? Trying to feed it, or trying to feed it, you gotta make this go back time when Banana was well fed. Kid, I don't think so. If she had been mother, I would have been the man I'm proud to be. So, those emotions are not you. They were a part of your past. They were a pattern. It's a pattern of your body. When it needs some of your needs to feel yourself, feel sorry for yourself, feel sad. Like,
It's like a self-pity thing.
a little bit. But when you're really wanting it, not self-pity, you're wanting self-love. You just have to learn how to give it yourself. My way of doing that is gratitude. That's when you're grateful. Love flows natural.
Is it a common pattern that sometimes, because I noticed like a bunch of years ago, I noticed that one of my biggest addictions sometimes was something I didn't even realize. I thought I was helping myself by like focusing on myself, but really I was really too, it was, I realized my alcohol was self-pity. Anytime I did.
Also, alcohol is impressive. So what's going to do is lower the feels good and all, but then it lowers your energy and everything.
Same for self-pity.
Same thing now. Your energy, think about self-pity. If you're in self-pity right now, 0 to 10, 10 is total high energy, 0 is no energy. Where are you in self-pity?
Oh, 2.
Yeah. Where are you when you're feeling excited?
Where's my energy?
0 to 10.
My energy when I'm feeling excited is like a 9.
Yeah. Which one do you want to be?
I'd rather be the 9.
Let's just do that.
Yeah. Where's my energy? My energy when I'm feeling excited is like a 9.
Yeah. Which one do you want to be?
I'd rather be the 9.
Let's just do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man. Hmm.